with the, the quantum theory, that they are trying to correlate with the life, and they are actually trying to correlate what life is, what is life, what is with beneath the life. The quantum theory, that what is consciousness. They are trying to correlate with the how is it life happening. So this Dhamma is really, really in the other side, kind of understanding how this whole thing, how the animal, how that animal is having the consciousness, how that animal is feeling. We know that animals are slaughtered, so that how is the animal feeling? So are we going to change anything, any of these things, or just understand? If you want to see the world, Lord Buddha has told, see through your mind, see the world through your mind. See how your feelings differ in each second. How is it? How the field is also different. How the manifestation is different. At one time, you are actually maybe like a animal, and at one time you are actually maybe like a God. At one time you may be actually like a Brahma. So, but the thing is, whatever the field, whatever the manifestation, it's just the system, So out there are incidences happening, episodes going on. The film has so many episodes. And at the end, when we die, we feel that is ongoing, and I'm dying. So this phenomena, we have so many phenomena. We have a thing like even inside the family, outside the family, society, the country. If you talk about the world, you will be shocked. You will be shocked how many, if you read about the war, how it's much worse than that. They are trying to find a shelter, they are trying to find some water, they are trying to find some food. But actually, Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not to say that there is nothing like that. You feel everything, yes. But this is about no self Dhamma, how to understand how you feel alive, how you have this suffering, and when we actually feel that, we try to give this asset to whoever who seeks that. So the suffering is here and now. Non-vibration is also here and now. But the projection is the society, the family, the problems, the deaths, the births, the illnesses. So the human definitely will go through 100%. Any one of us. Next day I may be not there, That's how it is. That's how it is. It's just as simple as that. Did you anyone else can add something as well to Joel's question?
Yes, I just thought of adding a small thing because I myself, being a doctor who is practicing in Sri Lanka, in Sri Lanka at the moment. Yes, Joel, I mean, even myself being a doctor, I still feel unhappy or maybe sad about this trade union action, because we know that the people are undergoing difficulties. If you work out on that sadness, that current or that power that you feel as a heavy feeling within you is a part of that system, part of that mechanism where I do not have any control. Now, you were saying that how can I control? There's no way of controlling. Actually, even I feel it very strongly. I can feel it as a current or some form of discomfort or heavy thought, because it's a part of this system. Now, when I see the pictures or when I hear the news, the same mechanism like yours will continue, and then finally the thought is some sad feeling, sadness. So what you have to understand is that this is not something controllable, this is not something stoppable, as long as you do not understand this mechanism. So what actually should happen is that when you understand this mechanism, that there is a current formed at the end, this current is actually the self-feeling or the self-existence or self-perception. What happens is, in a person who has this internal transformation, that current is identified more and more, and then the intensity of the current will go down. And at the same time, you can do your maximum to help these people, now patients or whatever, in whatever the circumstances, whatever the situation. I mean, not only this strike, if there is some other incident, without that burn within, the person should be able to help in the maximum possible way. So, as Dr. Kokila explained, there's no way of sort of controlling this system, but if you understand that this is the mechanism, that you didn't invite the sadness, you didn't invite the anger or the irritation when you get this news, it just came up. And not only that, I mean, not only the irritation, along with that, so many other experiences will come along that, about the past incidents, all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, doctor, for that explanation. Thank you. I mean, I
Okay.
was like a bit upset about what's happening because we listen to this and we see
Yeah.
these things happening, and something in the mind gets disturbed when you see these things. So I was thinking, in what kind of thing are they doing this, and what are they following up? No. Being a doctor doing this kind of thing is something hurtful, because so many patients are just dying outside there, and these people are like, let anything happen, we need what we want, and that doesn't make any sense. So that's why I asked that question, why it happened like that. So I think, as a normal person, I don't know how to help, but as doctors, if someone could help them, it would be great. Thank you, doc. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Solanka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think the main thing is understanding now the agitation of seeing that scenario and the event, and how that agitation arises is, I think, when we try to look at it through the true Dhamma or the truth, that is what is trying to be addressed in this. Because, I mean, if we think about it, there can be so many injustices happening, isn't it? All over the world. There are so many instances where children are dying in remote villages, or even in African villages, wherever. So many things happening, even in the States, you see on the news. And you see that only when one turns on the news that we start getting agitated about those things. Right through the day, we are getting about our normal affairs, and those things are not within our spectrum of awareness, isn't it? So how did that suddenly, by actually turning on the TV or taking a newspaper to our hands, suddenly there is this heaviness, this anxiety, this worry, oh, those children, oh, those people, poor patients without medicine. Now, what has to be understood there is when we have understood the way the five senses work well, we know that what is being sensed, all these things are just occurrences through perceptions, right? So if you read the paper and you come across that piece of news, all you see is a bunch of black and white or colors. And it's the colors and the combination of sound that has been attached to those words and letters. So then that is associated, right? You associate the sound to the words and letters. The color and the shape becomes letters, and then the letters become words. How did those even become words? Because going back to our childhood, these have been taught to us. These words have been given meaning to us. And the words about suffering and patient, illness, death, each of those have been given various connotations, isn't it? And then all these have been given values. So if we think about conventional society, then our parents will teach us to become good people with good values. And to say, wherever you are, lend a helping hand to poor people, or lend a helping hand to an old lady on the road. So these things have then gradually taken on a weight and a value of its own. And with that weight and the value attached to it, there has been an identification to that. So we identify ourselves as a person who has good values. We have identify ourselves as a person who is a good worker, who will never allow a patient to go unwatched or ill-treated and so on. But ultimately, these are all perceptions. And I mean, the truth is the thing that one cannot change the world order. Because what gets manifested to the senses continues to manifest. That until the last breath is drawn in this human physical body, the senses that have that sense faculties will continue to function. And as long as the sense faculties continue to function, the vibration will happen, the sensations will occur, Joel. The sensation with the eyes, the light will continue to occur. You can't suddenly, by knowing the truth, the light doesn't turn into darkness. The light will still be a light, and the newspaper, when you read it, it doesn't turn into a blank page. You will still read the bad news. When you put the TV on, you will still hear the news about the death, the landslide, the floods, the burning in Australia, the bushfires. Wherever you turn, there is some tragedy, right? The same thing with Sri Lanka. But why is this? Sometimes can you notice that you might feel a little sorry about somebody in Vietnam facing a landslide, but then when you turn into a story from Sri Lanka, you're like more worried and more anxious and more stressed. Now, how did that happen? That also because the perceptions being born in Sri Lanka and having lived in Sri Lanka, the number of perceptions, the telepathization with all perceptions is greater. And with each perception, the perception also has gained value. Not only when I'm saying value, it doesn't mean happiness. Value in any form. Value in the form of stress, worry, and so on. And with each of those, there is an identification of the self. So one thing is the incident becomes true if one is in ignorance, and then the fact that that incident is there also becomes true. Now, R.N. Vance explained yesterday this feel of existence, the sense of existence, isn't it? Now there is a hospital, there is a trade union, there is a strike. Now all these are existing, isn't it? Now, take for example, you go to bed tonight or last night, and you slept for roughly 5 hours. So during that 5 hours, were you worried? Was there a jewel?
No.
No. And nothing
That's
happened,
true.
right? The world was fine. And then you wake up this morning, and then immediately perceptions flood into the mind.
Mind, yes.
So can we see that these are all coming through the form of perceptions and becoming real the more we think about them as real? And then the moment you notice it, that the heaviness starts with the thoughts. Moment the thoughts start flowing little by little as you wake up, for example. When I wake up, the first thing I do is I make a beeline to the bathroom. So even before you get off from the bed onto the and go to the bathroom, the thoughts are flooding in, right?
Yeah, so true.
And then can you see slowly this kind of machinery, this flow or the mechanics of the mind starts. But the beauty of the Dhamma, Joel, is that each of the functions of these faculties are considered just functions. There is no one doing it. The trauma, the stress and the worry comes when one considers those perceptions as real. And if the perceptions become real, the hospital, the trade union, the strike, the poor patients in Sri Lanka, the more they are real, the more there is a person here. Those are existing, and then a person here called Joel who knows about the suffering, who knows about how caring for patients really is such a good thing. And you know what happens to patients when they are not given medicine on time. All that becomes real, isn't it? So it is a process. If the perception and the light formation, the sound formation are not understood as mechanics of this vibration that Aryan Mahasiv beautifully explained yesterday, that this is just a wave. No one's doing anything. No one's getting about it. There is no Joel here. It's just a process. What happens in this human body is just a process. And if in the night it wasn't there, then it is very, very clear, isn't it? That it is just the thoughts that are bringing the anger, the craving, the worry and everything. And it is that perception. And the more you shine the light on the fact that these are just a flow of thoughts, and the more you give weight to one thought, can you see that another heap of thoughts come like a tsunami, adding and multiplying and multiplying and multiplying? If one doesn't see the truth in one perception, the happening of this multiplication of thoughts flowing from one to the other at a fast speed, all bringing worry, all bringing stress. You have to stem the flow, and to stem the flow, there is no doer stemming the flow here. All that is seen here is see the perception as to what it is. See that it is a construct of the mind. And when one sees that it is a construct, a combination of those old perceptions arising and becoming a new perception, it is just a flitting of a thought. And if one considers and understands that it's just a flitting of a thought, the ability for it to continue to multiply, continue to hit you one after the other diminishes. So that is the way that one can kind of see through the whole aspect of it. But I mean, for all this, understanding the sense faculties, understanding the perception. When you read that book, you said that when you see a book and then you turn your head and you see a chair, right? And then when you turn this side again, you see a table. Now, if you think that the chair, when you turn this side, the table, and then you turn this side again, the chair, if you think that was the same chair, a person who has no access to the Dhamma will think that the chair that was seen earlier is the same chair when you turn your head, right?
So true. Yes.
So, and now the great thing about it is, well, that you have read the book and you have also now done that practice. Now see, now say when we go to sleep and when we get up, somebody will tell us, you don't know what happened whilst you were sleeping. So and so came and made a big commotion here and this and that, right? Now, none of that was true. The world gets constructed only from moment to moment. But the ignorance is such that each living being is in ignorance. So each living being is constructing all this in this false way of the perceptions becoming real, the external world is a reality, and so on and so forth. So then what happens is the 8 hours of blankness where no world was constructed is automatically filled the following morning by different people coming and telling you, maybe family members saying, oh, in that 8 hours you slept, this thing happened, that thing happened, and so on. So if one doesn't know the truth, then you believe, as I think Dr. Pokila said, that there is a continuing world outside. That these things are happening. As you speak, these things are happening. Now, isn't that like such a real feeling that no wonder people kind of get caught into it, isn't it? That is why it's so difficult to be able to see through that. And that is why, Nobel teacher and all these people are so valuable. Because however much it is being taught to us, however much it is being explained, there are people who are listening to it for 3-4 years, Joel. But it is difficult. But it is not impossible, as Dr. Pokila says. So, I mean, just kind of consider a few of these facts and see for yourself, and then gradually one will be able to, gradually what happens is the flow of thoughts and the burden and the heaviness associated with it, as Dr. Sakuntala said, starts to dissipate, because again we cannot change the conventional world. We still wake up when the sun is shining. We still wake up to the birds chirping. Those things don't change because the true Dhamma has been realized. As long as the sense faculties are functioning, the body is functioning, and all the other senses will also function. So yeah,
and also if all the people understand this Dhamma and actually feel the no self truth, no one would actually depend on what mind says. They will be acting on how the feel is, and the country will be different. But the problem is, Joel, it's the percentage wise, we can't even give a percentage who really feels this. So the feeling of no self is not easy. It is rare, yes, 100%. And if someone is actually with the feel, their flow of their sensory organs would be handled in such a way that according to the feel. So if they feel like working, they will do the work. If they don't feel like doing something, they might not do it. It doesn't matter. But the mind, when the mind takes over, we have so much things to think about. We have a rat race where we are trying to surpass everyone. We are trying to survive as well. Survival instinct is there in animals too, but other than the survival, humans have a big mind. So in that mind, this story is there. The achievements are there. Usually the animals, they don't much store things for the kids, but the humans, the species of humans, they are different. They work different. They are social animals, so they work different. They think, they plan, they can even go to another country and attack and take over that country. They go on sailing and try to find other empty lands so that they can build and they can expand their monarchy. So the thing is, this thing, if you learn about the past, the human past, if you read about it, the so-called history, you can understand this is a cycle of things happening. The the great kings, the great beings, and then after that, the presidents or whatever. It doesn't matter. The story is repeating. Story is ongoing, and things are happening. Things that the beyond humanity. So at one moment, the human body is there, but even though the human body is there, the actual mind vibration is like an animal. How come? Usually humans are not actually trying to kill the other human. It's not how it is. The animal, the cat will have a notion to kill the rat. That's the perception of food. The cow, in the other hand, cow can see so many rats, but the cow doesn't eat the rat. Cow has a different perception, but cow would love some grass. So this beauty is, if you take an ant is going everywhere searching for food, and when there is a grain, they carry it with such a courage, isn't it? The science, they can carry so much weight, much more than their own weight. Usually 70 kilo man can carry 70 kilos or a bit more, no, not a lot. Not like 1,000, the man will be crushed. So the species to species, the perceptions are different, but the the vibration, that vibration can actually happen even in this human body. So that's what you should understand. So when there is a goal, so imagine there's a gold necklace, and someone is in trouble, needing money, and there's a necklace. What is the main thing that would come to that person? Well, if I take this, my problems are over. So that's the perception that they get. Another thing is like you see a loaf of bread and a mother who is hungry and who knows that her child is hungry, is going to the shop, act as she's buying something else, and steal the loaf of bread. So which one is good or bad? Which one is bad? Which one is good? Or is this the flow of events which keep happening in a world with ignorance? Because there's so much to achieve. The hunger is a basic feel. So when the hunger is there, but there are instances where you're not even hungry, but you are stealing. So what about other stuff like, well, you're not using substances, but you're selling the substances. How about that? So can we end these problems? Like Joel can be the king and Joel can correct all these things. Is that how it works? It doesn't work like that. Because as soon as you become the king, you have so many other problems to look after because you have to maintain the kingship. So a lot of people actually try to resolve these things in their own way. Even a king of animals, like the head of the monkeys. Usually, head of the monkey is stronger, and he gives the sign for them to either go or not go or things like that. So he makes a mistake. The whole the herd is in trouble. Well, what can the head of that team can do? The big monkey. There's a tsunami that is happening. Tsunami even doesn't count. Well, tsunami doesn't really have the plan, but there are things happening like that, and there are things to happen anyway, like the body is going to decay anyway. Last breath is going to come anyway. You know that. And whether we like it or not, we are going to get some illness anyway. So can we stop that? Well, if we have power, we would try that. Even, powerful people actually put their bodies in very concentrated things, and put in a pyramid, and thinking that maybe my body will do something one day. Or else people try to keep all the body parts ready if the things go wrong, so that I can survive. Well, has anyone actually do that? No, they can't. So life goes on. So the liberation, you can't liberate from outside, child. That's what I was trying to say by telling all this beating around the bush. Was trying to say.
Thanks, doctor. Thanks. Yeah, it was a good explanation. Yeah, thanks a lot. It was a good explanation. I was just having a research on this 31 planes that Buddothpada is saying, and how it works. Can you just give me a brief explanation of these 32 planes or 32 things that he says about the body? What does it mean a lot?
It's not the body, it's the vibration. Sorry, it's a vibration. Don't even think about the body. It's not the body. It's the vibration. It's in one actually this one thought, the vibratory level. We can actually see the 31 levels. So imagine, Joel, I don't know whether you can remember. As soon as you heard this Dhamma, you felt so light. Can you remember? And don't you know that
doctor.
feel, if you can compare that feel, is kind of a divine feel, isn't it? So at that moment, your vibration is different. So that's how it works. But when you are in a agitated state, the vibration is different. So how this frequency changes, the same vibration though, but the frequency of the vibration is different. That is what the 31 planes are. We never actually focus on outside. That's what I'm saying. So you can't really say, oh, I'm a human, just because you have a human body. That's not how it works. In that moment that you felt so light and you were like floating, can you say I'm a human? Actually, it's different. It's different. So you already have felt that difference. So these vibration levels are actually in one thought as well. This may be too much for you, but it's hard to tell that, because you can't misunderstand this, putting that to outside. So as Aranansi said, when someone asks Lord Buddha, who are you? Are you a God? Are you a Brahma? Are you a man? Who are you? He didn't have any explanation, because there's no vibration there. So he said Buddha. So that's how he used that word to say that, because that word was there to use when the when there is liberation. They used that before. So he used that, but what the meaning is that vibration we talk about is your vibration forever. That vibration, when it is not going to have that power, there is no way that it will vibrate again into any vibration after respiration stops. So that's how it is. But the beauty is, if you want to really see the 31 planes, you see through you. You actually experience that. It's a beauty, but the non-vibration is different. So the non-vibration is not that. It's just that when you feel the outside is not true, you feel some kind of liberation, but actual non-vibration, you don't feel you. It's like you losing you, or you without you, kind of thing. It's actually something you have to feel, and that's what Aranai say is trying to say, because Buddhist philosophy is not there out there. Actually, it's not out there. It's just, traditional worshipping and stuff there. So the traditional stuff, we actually salute traditional stuff. That's why I told you can go to the church, you can go everywhere, you can be with your family, but inside you may be actually surpassing everything that normal humans can even think about. The normal layperson will not even comprehend. So it is different. It is difficult also, but understanding 31 planes is also, again, it is here and now. So whatever the vibration, what frequency you have is the level.
Yeah. It's like kind of, when you sleep also you're dreaming, and when you're getting up also you're just dreaming.
Kind of, yes,
I just felt
100%.
it like that. Both ways
100%.
you're just dreaming, and it's not true. It's just these five senses are taking into the mind and just
100%.
creating a filter of lot of things.
Yeah, and the other
And
thing,
yes,
Joel, I
doctor.
should add, after waking up from this dream, living as normal is the beauty. You wake up from the dream, you know that it's a dream. You actually, you don't feel that you are in the dream. You wake up from the dream, but still you are acting completely normal in that dream. You do whatever you can do for your people. You can do whatever you can shout at kids. Doesn't matter. If you feel like you have to shout, you shout. Doesn't matter. What's the big deal? That's not a big deal. You do something for them. If you have to tell a patient something sternly, you tell that sternly. That's not a problem. And if you are like a CEO in a place, you have to tell things to the people to do. But there would be extreme level that sometimes you might not feel like doing these things. Then you can actually, if you don't have any responsibility, you can retreat. You can retreat into whatever the feel you have. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, the beauty is, even after completely awakening from that dream, you are completely normal. You can see, you can hear, you can feel the skin, the taste and all that. You will feel them more, and also you can think. You comprehend everything really much better than everyone else, and even how these vibrations work. But it will be just one moment only. So the main important thing is the absence of suffering, or absence of this the misunderstanding or the ignorance. So understanding what you understood today is beautiful. Actually waking from that is a bit difficult with our very thick thinking pattern and very thick thoughts, but it is doable. It is doable. 100% doable. Yeah, what do you think? Anyone else to add anything? Yes, Suranka.
Yeah, Doctor, I think the 31 planes, as you said, is based on the vibratory power.
Yeah.
And Trell, I think you heard Aaron Mahals explaining yesterday about a Pali term. You might not have been familiar about it, about Mania Makato. He talked about a monkey and a dog, and that is just to show that depending on how egoistic, if the self vibration is really strong at the point of the last breath, if that vibration is very strong and the egoistic feeling is really powerful, it can manifest itself into the vibration of a monkey. And if it is even stronger than that, it can manifest itself into the vibration of a dog. And a thing that, having listened to the Dhamma for so many years, a common thing our advisor explains to us is, and I'm sure you'll relate to this, when you see a pack of dogs, you know how dogs have their problems, right?
Yes.
They're worried about the other dog coming and peeing next to their fence, and you know how they go berserk when another dog comes and pees. And then if you see a pack of dogs running around the road, they're always
So they mark
fighting.
the hierarchy, their area.
Exactly. So all and what it is very difficult when one is in that, when that vibration occurs, the vibration of a dog kind of lower realm of plane of existence, to get out of that point of vibration is very difficult. It takes several samsaric cycles to get out of that. But then another example he gives is that sometimes, I'm sure you might have seen it, you see a gang of dogs always fighting and this and that, but then there's one dog who's just seated on the side, not worried and not bothered and not getting involved in the fighting,
Minding his own business kind of thing.
minding his own business. And
Not at all worried.
Yeah, so that is where R.N. Vance explains that vibration, that lower realm, high vibration of that dog type of vibration is now coming to an end.
Yes.
So it's a low, so then, then there is an escape from that. But similarly, this is how the vibration occurs. That's why he says humans have human problems. Animals have animal problems. Birds have bird problems, like that. So depending on the vibration, these are just examples he has given to us to beautifully illustrate, because he says the whole piece, he always calls us saying, the whole problem with y'all is that y'all don't put it into daily practice and think. There are so many examples around you. Now he says, have you heard of the gay kurulla? That's another example he says. Now he says, now how did the gay kurulla make the house in the way he makes it? The way it makes it, with those various little compartments. It's a very intricate making of the gay kurulla's house. Now nobody taught the bird to make it like that. That is the feel, isn't it? And Dr. Poplar, maybe you can explain that, how these, and then how the worm, without anything else, no consciousness, still goes in search of the cold mud. And all it has is the body consciousness. That's it. But still, in that body consciousness, there is the feel. And the gay kurulla also makes the house with the feel. That feel That sense of existence is the thing that is the thing that is driving that any living being, any species to sustain itself. Whether it is in a real dirt, pile of poo, even there are worms. The worm finds the poo very good. Now we will hold our nose and say yeah and all that and go from there. But the worm finds that wonderful. So how did that happen? Now, doesn't that mean that then the world of the worm is also a world, isn't it?
Yes.
And now we think what is manifesting to these senses is the world.
Yeah.
So that is what Aran Master says. Look at, take examples of animals. The example that Dr. Kopla gave about a cow. Now, the cow doesn't want worms. The cow wants grass.
Yes.
But the bird is praying for a worm.
Yeah.
So, like that. And then with regard to and then animals have very basic consciousnesses, and therefore is just worried about the survival instinct and basic food only, and that's it. But humans have this big consciousness, big mind, and goes off or at a tangent on unwanted things because the mind is so big.
Yeah, so true.
And it gets itself into knots and manifests all kinds of things. And in that manifestation, is not capable of going into the lower realms of vibration. Now, you have seen so many times, and we've experienced these ourselves, that, even the kindest of person sometimes, and he has a beautiful, loving wife, but if that person has come home after a terrible day of work and the wife is continuing to ask questions or nagging or something, that kind-hearted gentleman also will turn around and snap at the wife, right? In that moment of snapping, there is a rage that has built in that person. And can you imagine at that point of the rage and the snapping? What is the realm of what is the plane? It's a high vibratory lower plane, isn't it? So what is the thing? What is the impulse that causes people to take a knife and kill? To take a gun and shoot? To hack people to death? So aren't these also so-called human beings? But then what is the level of vibration? And I think what Dr. Popula was trying to say was all these arises in this moment, in this thought. In that thought, all 31 planes can exist at any given time. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's very interesting to actually do this research. That's what we are all asked from all our listeners, to actually do this research and see the consciousness. Even the scientists are actually doing this research.
Yeah.
So they are actually researching what could be the driving force for. So
the more you search on this, the more you find you cannot find certain things because it's not easy to find. But the more you search, that kind of peace, kind of thing comes into you. That's what I feel. Am I correct?
Yeah. If you actually go towards and go with the understanding about no self, yes.
Yeah. And
But
it's like yesterday, I was like just touching something, and I was just feeling not touching, like walking and just lifting up myself, kind of thing. It's really kind of weird sometimes, but after that, I get to my senses and say, okay, yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Thanks, Doc. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. And the feel can actually improve, and the important aspect of no self dhamma is you feel the non-existence. That is the most important aspect. So we feel everything as well, but yes, the most important moment is when you feel the non-existence, or kind of how when the stimuli is not taken as a thing, or when you kind of pierce this stimuli, how if you actually get this vibratory notion, you can understand it is just the sensory organ. It will be either ear, either eyes, it would be the tongue or the nose, or the the skin vibration, which usually is the beginning of the mind, because we usually see something and think it's the chair. Even though this happens so fast, we can't really separate them. The same thing can happen if you really feel the non-vibration, in the sense you without that power that we are talking about, you without that vibration that we are talking about. So that's the real important understanding, or real important thing to feel. So what Taran says, telling if we can understand, and then when we basically actually understand first that the outside is actually our perception. It's not easy in the beginning, but it becomes a pattern after that. So you're not actually shaken by the outside, but still there's a perception of self, or perception of the chair, in that sense. Because the perception of chair is the perception of self, because if the perception of chair you feel as there, that is the perception of self. There's no separate self. So when we understand it, how this current can do that with chair is a perception. Perception is like a current. You can understand this. If you see the chair in the dream, it appears beautifully, if it's a chair made of gold or something. So you might see that, and you'll be like, oh, this is that gold chair. Yeah, how come is that? Because it's not actually in front of you, even in this dream. There is an answer.
Therwan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is the time to talk about truth. Lord Buddha revealed 2500 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a very clear path to overcome life's sufferings and become the ultimate bliss. I'm presenting now the self-translation of Darshan Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of yesterday's session. Sati Sampajanya, Yoniso Manasikara. All these words means acting with sense and wisdom. That means seeing objectives. Lord Buddha is witnessing if somebody is practicing this Satara Satipatthana, Rupa, image is not true. It is only a mind creation. Vedana, feeling is not true. Feeling is only a feeling. There is no owner for the feeling. Like that, Chittanupassana, seeing a dream world created in the mind, thinking it is from outside. This person will not create 6 senses and not making a mind to look at. That person will redeem from everything. If practicing Satara Satipatthana very well, during 7 days minimum, during 7 years maximum, will be realizing the path of Nibbana. Ekayano Maggo Ayam Bhikkave. This is the only path to Nibbana. Without realizing the true Buddhist philosophy, nobody can bear the fruit in this path. It is like a journey without knowing the address. Parato Gosha, knowledge gathered. Sutamaya, Bhavamaya, listening ability. We will have to meditate to find the truth of Darshana, that means philosophy. We have discussed about the practical experience, the way of practicing Satara Satipatthana, the point of redemption from Upadana is Nibbana. Upadana means catching the outside Rupa image. We are continuously talking about Nama, name, and Rupa image. The person who is practicing Satara Satipatthana, seeing the arising and fading of Skandha. Skandha means Vedana, feeling, Sanya, signals, Sankara, thoughts. Vindīm, හැඳිනීම්, දැනගැනීම්. Seeing Udayavaya, means seeing the occurring and fading. We can see samudaya occurring, but we cannot see the attagamaya fading. That is the nature of our low quality childish mind. That is why we said to see matching with the Chaturari Satya and to see matching with the Paticca Samuppadaya. Matching with Dhamma means this. Redemption from sorrow is this point. Matching with Vinaya, discipline means matching with Raga Vinaya, discipline from lust, Dvesha Vinaya, discipline from hatred, and Moha Vinaya, and discipline from ignorance. Lord Buddha said to fellow Sangha, in future, if you hear this, saw this, or tell this, just do not believe. Ma Pitaka Sampradanena. Do not believe through this is written in books. Match with Dhamma and discipline and see because of the above reason. Truth of this redemption from mind should be done by the mind. It is very difficult. For that, you need big wisdom, unity of mind, a big wisdom, nissarana, ability to giving up sensual pleasure. You need to know the path. This story is very complicated. When describing the Pali word in Sutra Pitaka, written in books, may be bit bitter for you. But if you see the meaning, it is very simple. Meaning is the point of tying up nama and rupa, name and image. The practical experience starts at the point of which you are seeing this through wisdom. Anicchang sankhatam paticca samuppannam kaya dhammam vaya dhammam nirodha dhammam. Mindfulness of every thought creating in the mind is like that. Regarding this anicca nature, impermanent nature, Vayavana nature, spending nature, depleting nature, all these are created from Sankata. When the causes are fading, effects are also fading. Yang kichang nalabati tampi dukkang means of all these words say the same thing. When the hopes are breaking, pain occurs. If we misled by the vijnana consciousness delusion, it is also fading. If we are trying to feel illusionary pleasure, nature of that is also anityatava, impermanence. Deception occurring due to that is become sorrow. Realizing this Dharmatave, Dhamma, is not easy for a person in Kama Bhumi, erotic land. Kama Sikalli Kanu Yogaya. This is not easy for a person in the other end, Atta Kilamatana Yogaya also. Getting stuck in an extreme is a wrong view. These extremes are where the nama, name, and rupa, image, exists. Nissarana Magga is where the redemption of nama rupa. It is difficult to highlight this Dhamma in the world we live, where seeking pleasure over time, this era is very fortunate. Though how many difficulties of nature are there, in this period of time, we can feel Dhamma is highlighting with illumination and luminous. When most of the people are seeking pleasure by collecting household goods and all the other things, we have thrown away all those and started seeking the truth of the nature, meaning of life. We have tried with the great unshaken courage for so many years. In Uraga Sutra, father and son went to the Chena. Son died due to a snake bite. Now nothing can be done. Sent a message to home through a man going on the road. Come with everybody at home with one packet of rice. Home people came. Dead body burnt and finished. In this story, a small message is given. Thereafter, Shakradevendra asked, "Why are you not crying?" He came to us without giving prior notice. He left us without giving prior notice. Also, therefore, why should I cry? To create this kind of a mind, how much you should have strength. You do not take this as just a story. This is the reality, absolute truth. There are sages who realized this truth exists in this world now itself. Showing here is the nature of those sages. There is a very deep fact here. Most of the time, we think of our own things, our children, our homes, etc. Why are we not thinking all the human beings are same? Everybody is living in their minds. Outsiders are in the mind. Own family members are also in the mind. Here, two extremes, outside and inside. How come there are two extremes? Bahijja outside, Ajatta inside. Creation of illusionary mind is happening here. To redeem from this, you have to understand both the extremes. Outside means only your mind. When there is an enemy comes to hit you, if he is not there, you will feel you have born in the space alone. What will happen if you were born alone in the space? How come you got a mind? To whom can we say that? To occur a mind, there should be something outside. Mind creates in connection with the outside. Mind means a shadow of the outside. Therefore, you have no enemies or friends. You have a mind only. If you realize this, shapes, dropping the conventions, if you redeem from everything, sabbe dhamma nalang abhinivesa, there are no causes for you to crawl into anything. Nature will be your heritage. We are trying to create this holy awareness. Practicing Satara Satipatthana should be done with the knowledge of philosophy. Without knowing anything, practicing Satara Satipatthana is of no use. We have not yet discussed about the way of doing meditation. Actually, we have a meditation. Lord Buddha clearly explained in Sabbasava Sutra, Dassana Pahatabba, Adivasana Pahatabba, Sangvara Pahatabba, Vinodana Pahatabba, and finally Bhavana Pahatabba. Somebody may say, no need of meditation. Yes, when you realize philosophy will occur. But the scenery you see, way of the signals, how the past memory came, these are the places you must see through wisdom. Also the redemption. This seeker has a meditation to practice in 4 poses. Lord Buddha imposed Vipassana meditation and Vidarshana meditation. First time in the world it is invented and introduced by Lord Buddha. This is not what to do in the Paryanka, sitting meditation pose. This is the path of seeing and redeeming from each and every objectives. This is big different. There is a big difference in meditation, talking about the Veda and Buddhist meditations. This is Animitta Samadhi, not that the one-pointed Samadhi in Veda. They talk about Kundalini Yoga. They are talking about a power creation in the universe. They talk lot of things. They talk about lot of things such as Satchitananda. There are a lot of talks in Veda. In that they talk about Vijnana also. They talk about Buddha also. Anitya, Dukkha, Anatma. They talk about Lord Buddha as the 10th avatar of the creator of the universe, Mahabrahma. They are lowering Lord Buddha and trapped in a view created by them. These facts must be seen through wisdom. Lord Buddha is not an avatar of Mahabrahma. If you go through the nature of these presentations, you will find something. Here we are talking about the redemption of the theory of nature. In the cause and effect law, effects are occurring Due to causes means connected only with the nature. Certainly, if there is no light, you cannot see anything. Like that, if there's no atmosphere, you cannot hear any sound. In this fact, feeling is the share you are created in your mind. But nature of the light, sound and rays outside, we are creating a conventional world and living in that. That is our problem. The things outside are not our problem. Creations making in the mind is our problem. Misleading to the illusion, and we are burning in a big fire inside. Attaching and detaching, inheriting sorrow. Somebody may ask, there are not anything, there is no nothing, anything, there is no anything outside. If say yes, that is Sashvata Drishti. If say no, Utteja Drishti. The correct answer is creation happened due to the causes and losing when the causes vanished. Imasmin asati idang hoti. Imasmin asati idang nahoti. Imassa uppaddaya idang uppajjati. Imassa nirodhaya idang nirujjati. When this is here, that is also here. Imasmin asati idang nahoti. When this is not here, that is not there. That is not here. Imassa uppaddaya idang uppajjati. When this is born in this, when this is born, that is here. Imassa nirodhaya idang nirujjati. When this is not here, that is not here. This is the basic theory of law of cause and effect. The effect arose due to causes are losing when the causes are fading. The instant mind is also like this. If we taken this created body as me, if taken the image as me, if taken myself is in this body, if taken as the image is inside me, you will be trapping in the image extreme. Rupang assato samanuspasati rupang attava samanuppasati. Rupasming va attanang samanuppasati. Rupasming attaniva samanuppasati. Here says the same thing. As Rupa, image, Vedana, feelings, Sanya, signals, Sankara, thoughts, matching the Panchaskandha. 20 ways of creating Sakkaya Ditthi described. Vedana, feeling, sees as Atma, soul. Atma, soul, sees as feeling. Feeling sees as inside the soul. This should cease as inside the feeling. Looking at Sanya, signals, Sankara, thoughts, and Vijnana, consciousness in the same way. There are 20 ways creating like this. 5 senses into 4. 20 ways of creating Sakkaya Ditthi. is like this. Sakkaya Ditti means thinking that Rupa, image, things outside, somebody or something are existing. Thinking mind is the Sakkaya Ditti. Pratipada. Practical experience means Krutyajnana. We discussed Satyajnana, wisdom of truth here. Priya Rupam. Rupam Loke Priya Rupam. Chakku Vijnanam Loke Priya Rupam. The place where Chakkum Loke Priya Rupa. There is Priya Rupa, pleasant images. In Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness. Knowing of Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness, are the objectives of the mind. There are no physical objectives here. Only the thoughts are objectives of the mind. But Chakun Loko Priya Rupa are their pleasant images in this world. Chakku Rupam Priya Rupam Chakku Vijnanam, eye consciousness, no Priya Rupa. Satarupa are in our mind. They are not belongs to an outside image. Past memory is coming to the Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness. Rupa Vichara, image reviews. Rupa Tanha, image craving. Vitarka Karana Vichare, reviews based on arguments. Remembering in that imagination point, that view of thinking that the outside is existing, when you see the Rupa image, you will remember the name, Nama. When you remember the Nama, name, you will remember the Rupa image. Rupa Vichara is making the road to the Tanha, craving. Because of this, we have images and objects. Different types of vichara, reviews, objects occurred due to thoughts. Like this, as we said earlier, fell into 4 types of views. Extreme of Rupa, image. Extreme of Nama, name. Chakku Dhatu, Rupa Dhatu, Chakku Vijnana Dhatu. If you are contemplating Dhatu Manasikara, you see all as relics. Chakku Vijnana Dhatu occurred due to Chakku Dhatu and Rupa Dhatu, not as people or objects. Dhatu is describing here as a power. Mano Dhatu and Dhamma Dhatu, Mano Vijnana Dhatu. The seeker who realized everything, not realizing earlier and realized earlier, is called Kevali, Vimukti, the mind not going outside. The mind redeemed from Upadana, who realized Nibbana. Seeker redeemed from the world, Vinaya Loke, Abhidha Domanassana, occurring due to the cause and fading when the cause occurring due to the causes and fading when the causes are not there. The seeker who sees this Dhamma nature will seize the arising of Rupa image and fading of Rupa image, sees the arising of Skandha and fading of Skandha. He will not attaching to the world. He will not meet a world. Seeing the Dhamma nature of arising and fading means the Yatha Bhuta Jnana Darshana. Yatha Bhuta Jnana Darshana. Nibbana is described as Asankata Dhatu. That means Rupa Prajnapti, image convention, occurred in the mind, not raised. Saying in another way, this Asankata Dhatu is occurring at the point of cause and effect law, effects arisen due to causes and fading when the causes are not there. Like this, we have clarified different types of interpretations. In each and every clarification, you may feel that we come to a certain point and stop. That is Nama, name, and Rupa, image. Stopping at Vijnana because it goes to Anidassana Vijnana. Inside Anidassana Vijnana is Shunyatava. Regarding Kriyasita action mind, we keep some space to talk and discuss further. Today, we have presented the continued clarification inside Satara Satipatthana. Realizing Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, Dhammanupassana is Satya Jnana, wisdom truth. Through Satya Jnana and gaining Darshana Samapattiya, then the seeker who sees and redeems from each and every objectives, Kutya Jnana is at this point. There is something to do here. It is correct to say that as Arya Kanta Silaya, Animitta Samadhi, seeing and redeeming from objectives. At the beginning, you must do this by trying hard until this may spontaneously become your mind. You should not give up this. Meditation is inside that. Vipassana meditation is not a samatha meditation. We have forwarded several sermons earlier on this. Aryan Wahanse said, there is a bhava swarupa inside the mind. It goes to nibbida. You must see the mind creating and vanishing in the present moment. Must see Baddekaratta Sutra at this point. That is the point of coming to eko, solitude. Atitang natta gammeya na patikkanti anagata. Pachupannancha ye dhamma tatra tatra vipassati. We always live in a past mind. We see past throughout. Future has not come yet. Past is over. Seeing in this moment what is here. It is also a Maya, illusion. Look carefully. We always see a past mind. This moment we see a past mind. Next moment also we see a past mind. We always see past mind. We do not make future. We go beginning, past and future. We go begging past and future. The seeker who sees the instant mind, who is redeeming from the mind, can come to know this clearly. It is not easy to do this in a shattered mind. Therefore, Lord Buddha clarified this to do it as Yugandhan, Samatha meditation plus Vidarshana meditation, and continue the path. At this point, second sermon of Darshan Samapatya is finished and the third sermon is starting. Theruvan Saranai. A seeker who is practicing Satara Satipatthana, 4 ways of sense analysis. Within minimum 7 days, maximum during 7 years, will become Sapta Vishuddhi, 7 purifications. Sattana Vishuddhiya, purification of all beings. Dukkha Domanasana Attagamaya, overcome sorrow and pity. Soka Paridavanan Samatikkamaya, conciliation of grievances. Nyayas Adigamaya, knowledge highness. Nibbanam Satchikiraya, understanding Nibbana, will fulfill these 5 kinds of anisansa, good results. Definitely, realizing Nibbana. If somebody is practicing Satara Satipatthana, 4 ways of sense analysis, very correctly. Lord Buddha is witnessing it. This practice very deep. This is possible to wisdom. A seeker will realize Nibbana with understanding. Sankite Nibbidaya. Knowledgeable understanding is very important for this. Vijnana, consciousness, creation of thoughts means Vijnana Maya. Illusionary consciousness. Things known through Vijnana, consciousness, and meet them in outside world. Distinguishing is the action of Vijnana, consciousness. Distinguishing the duality of inside creations and outside creations is the action of vijnana, consciousness. But this knowing of vijnana, consciousness is a delusion. We are living in a thought-created world, not outside. Chittena niyati loko. Mind is the world. Making this world as true, creating the six senses to go out and see. Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness is creating things, occurring the elementary conventional world. Creating five senses can see an image only when creating the eye sensor. Hearing a voice is only when creating the ear sensor. Creating senses and looking is happening here. Skandhanang patibhavo, ayatanang patilabho, ayang uchyati jati. Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness, created joining Nama, name and Rupa, image. Nama Rupa Pachaya Vijnana. This means Vijnana, consciousness, created joining name, Nama and Rupa, image. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku Vijnana. The knowing came from eye sensor is added to the opposite Vijnana, consciousness. Eye sensor is only a shape. Elementary conventions are created by the Vijnana, consciousness. But here also five skandha formed. Knowing means within, feelings, and the mean, introductions, then again mean knowing. Knowing of prasada. Prasada means reflection, shape, creating on the sensor. But elementary convention is created in Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness. Accordingly, when viewed, Anto Jata, Bahijata, there are problems inside and outside, will be cleared at this point. The knowing taken again from Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness, creating five senses and going out to tie knot with things outside. Why Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness, cannot go outside? Mind can only aim Dhamma. Dhamma means Vedana, feelings, Sanya, signals, Sankara, thoughts. Mind cannot go outside. Then what is going out? Panchayatana, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, skin. Mano Vijnana, mind consciousness, is dealing with outside through the senses created by these five institutes. The thing, object, created by Mano Vijnana. What was learned from negotiating with the Sanya, signal, developed by Sankara, thoughts. Avijja paccaya sankhara. Sankhara paccaya vijnana. Everywhere you see paticca samuppada, the knowledge of understanding cause and effect law, but to attain nibbana, you must realize this paticca samuppada and also must redeem from same. When realizing this paticca samuppada by yourself, finally it will be invalid, redeem from that. Redemption from cause and effect law means redemption from this world and the existence. Redeem from rupa, image, and redeem from nama, name, is that point. The point of arising and fading of vijnana maya, illusionary consciousness. There is no place to impose. If there is past memory now, only the past is here and now. You will not meet the present moment. It is only an illusion. The seeker who realizes that will realize the law of cause and effect and redeem. This seeker will enter into the path to Nibbana. This seeker will meet the Kriyasita, action mind. There is nothing in it. There is only shunyatava, emptiness, where the thoughts are not catching by the mind. In this emptiness, path is there. In that Arya Ashtangika Marga, eightfold path, who has become Sammaditthi, the Aryan will meet this path, which is through Shunyatava, emptiness. Nibbidava, redeeming with realization, and viragaya, aversion, are in that. What is Nibbida? What is viragaya? In the instant mind, quickly arising and fading. Nibbida here, the mind is frustrated upon the mind itself. Udayamaya jnana, where the thoughts arising and fading. Bhaya jnana occurs. Buddothpada jnana occurs. Nibbida occurs. At the point will be a help to redeem from Munnatu Kamyata jnana. We are talking about jnana because there is no person here. Where is the person? Person is where the vijnana occurs. That is why it is said prajna means realizing vijnana, consciousness. Prajna bhave tabba vijnanam parinniya. But at the point of jnana, there is no self. But in that nibbidanti, viraganti, viraganti nirodhanti patinissagganupassi. That is the way of atrophy of pleasure, defilements. This is not feeling by yourself. That is why there is jnana, wisdom. This jnana, wisdom shows the redemption Dasanyana, 10 wisdom shows the fact. Sankara Upeksha Jnana means the path of redemption of careless defilements. In this, you do not see, do not taken into your mind, into your thoughts. This story is not there. Sometimes you may feel some clues about these jnana wisdoms in day-to-day activities. You may feel a clue. Something may going to happen in near future. That is not the thought. It is a feeling. He feels. ගොනා හැරෙනකොට කෙහෙල් පැලේ කනවා. When the bull turns, it is going to eat the plant and plant like that. හැදෙන ගහ දෙපැත්තෙන් දැනේ. The tree grows can be seen by the seedling. The story of jnana wisdoms are there in people's society. But if you go to match with word of mouth, you will get involved by thoughts. It cannot say that we are not getting these jnana wisdoms in the day-to-day life. There are jnana. But we should have the knowledge to understand what is jnana, what is vijnana, consciousness, what is prajna, deep insight. We are talking about the accessing of path to Nibbana. According to the sermons we have presented, the Aryan Vahanse presented to you all, if any seeker sees all these methods through his mind and going everything in order with the practical experience, will achieve this. By now, the facts presenting to you are very much deeper. To take you to this position from the beginning, and Aryan Maharshi said, we have described all the facts very simply, step by step to you. Sometimes you may feel all these are in same nature. One path to Nibbana, one river, one sota, same nature, Nissarana, excerpts in this abandonment. Whatever position you live in, if you quote something good or bad, there are thoughts in that. You are in the vijnana, consciousness. You have not come to the aforesaid position. You must give up everything from your mind, not from the body, only from the mind. Give up from your interior spiritually, not from outside to reach the level we are talking about. When you see the truth from your inside, you will not get anything from outside. Inside mind itself is a reflection of outside. Nature outside, whatever you see, you Your inside is only a reflection of a mirror. It means your mind is an outside projection of both sides. What will happen to you if you born in the atmosphere, universe, or on this planet? Wherever an empty space, there's no outside for you. We are talking to show that where there is no outside, no inside also. This is the truth. Before this, Aryan Mahanse said, before this, we have presented a signal. I am yourself and you are myself. That is the truth. If there is an enemy in front, because of him only, you are there. If you will feel something, that means you are there. If there is nobody, you are not there. If there is an object or something, you are there. If something is formed, you are there. Otherwise, you are not there. That means outside projection is formed inside. Your mind, thoughts are the nature of front of you. That is the truth. Now I am going to conclude this session. Teruan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado,
I pay my homage to Triple Gem, and I pay my respect and homage to our noble friend R.N. Hanse, Thiruvan Saranai R.N. Hanse, and may all of you who are joining for this session be blessed by Triple Gem. And I extend my gratitude to our Dhamma friends who are helping us with technical side. So this is yet another session on questions and answering from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. As you all know, we have a continuous session round the clock, 24 hours a day. Sermons by different Dhamma friends, and we try in our best to explain what we have learned and understood from our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. Actually, this is the Dhamma facts that is being revealed again in more simpler way with more modern metaphors, examples by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse, because more or less same things, very similar facts has been disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, and the terms that has been used at that time is different, but with the present explanations of our noble friend, it has become quite easy for us to follow. So since there's no chance of asking questions at the times of the sermons, these 2 hours have been reserved for any doubts that need to be cleared. So I welcome, I invite our Dhamma friends who are listening from YouTube to join the Zoom right now if you have any queries to answer, to get the answers. This 24-hour English discussion sermons was organized by our noble friend in an effort to take this message to the world, to our friends who are really looking for Dhamma facts, because so many monks and so many people are there who are preaching sermons around the world, and we know that there are slight differences, not slight, sometimes there are major differences in the teaching among themselves, simply because the original true Buddhist facts, which is shown very clearly in sutras, during the efforts of translating, and also due to the influence of different beliefs. So the original teachings has been changed over the time. Now it is being revealed again with, as I said, simpler versions, simpler explanations. So you and me are very fortunate actually to hear this Dhamma, and you can listen to them at your comfort at wherever you are staying, from any part of the world. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma, and the convenience that we have got due to the new technology. So I think we should take the maximum use of this time and try to come up with questions or any doubts, and then we can continue this as a kind of discussion. I mean, one person just talking on some topic is not the best, because when it is a discussion, more new things are opened up, and then more new facts can be discussed, which will benefit so many people who are listening now, as well as the people who are going to listen in future, because this is going to be in YouTube. So all our Dhamma friends have joined. And today Shani probably is unable to join, so we didn't have the book reading. We can start discussion with some topic of interest. Therwan Saranai to all of you.
Thiruvan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Yeah, I think it's good to have a discussion. Actually, it's very important to understand the perception. I don't know, even if you talk 100 times about it, sometimes I'm not sure whether, you know, some others, even after hearing about 3 years of Dhamma, still they are a bit confused about the perception, and I think we have to reiterate sometimes about this, just to reassure, just to reiterate, just to reconfirm kind of thing, because it's difficult. It's very difficult for us to understand that outside is just a perception of in this system. That's the main thing. We are not trying to say the outside is not there. It's about outside is a perception in this system. So whether you actually get it is the main important aspect. So Joel is also here. I don't know whether he is in a position to talk, but if he is, it's really good whether he is actually getting this right. And because he just started, few weeks, he started talking about this Dhamma or listening to Dhamma. So he's very new to this one. But if you don't get it properly from the beginning, even if you listen to Dhamma for 3 years or 4 or 5 years, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have got this correct. Because if you don't get this correct, your research is going to cut short. Your research is not going to extend into the no self Dhamma. Research is going to stop somewhere. So it is very important that you get the actual core of this discussion, because we can discuss few things, we can discuss here and there, but understanding the actual depth of this Dhamma, why we are talking about this Dhamma, why it is important to cease the suffering, or cease what is suffering, what is the meaning of suffering here. It is just the suffering that when you lose your mother, you are suffering. When you lose your father, you are suffering. When you lose your husband or wife, you are suffering. When you lose your kid, you are suffering. When you lose your money, you are suffering. When you lose your house, you are suffering. What else? When you lose your leg, or your liver, or your kidney, whatever, it doesn't matter. So you are suffering. Basically, that is the suffering, very superficial suffering. But that is suffering too. That's what we all know. Even a little child will understand that if the toy car is taken from him, he will suffer. If the toy house is broken by someone, if you have the suffering, even as a little child, you understand that it's any attack to my things will bring suffering. But we are not only talking about this, and we are not trying to actually satisfy our mind that so that when things are losing, that you are so comfortable with it. This is not This is not to become like that, like, you're okay with that, you're like really okay with whatever losing, whatever happening, I'm really okay with that. That's not this Dhamma for. So this Dhamma is for try and understand how the life field has come, how the consciousness is happening, how we have a perceptive world, how this is happening, why it is important is it is the depth that no one is actually thinking about. So the importance of Dhamma should be remembered, because I know from the beginning a lot of people will listen to Dhamma just to get rid of the suffering, in the sense that superficial suffering I was talking about. It's okay. That's why people actually turn to this Dhamma. But it is very important that we here and there talk about this Dhamma properly, so that everyone understands why we are talking about this. Because it's not just, sometime back, even, like if you talk about the Buddhism, when I was like in young adult time, or children, when we were children, it's all about worshipping, going to a temple and wishing that one day state of nirvana will come. And also there were very good teachings how to become a good person. Yeah, that's great. That's great. But the actual teaching that Lord Buddha brought to world is not limited to that. Not limited to that. So it's very important to touch that and understand. Because when we kind of think that this Dhamma is for just, to cruise alone, like you cruise alone, like you're okay with this, this life is okay kind of thing. It will be okay anyway. When you listen to this Dhamma, it will be okay anyway. But this Dhamma is not for that. Dhamma is not for just to be okay with whatever the losses you have, or whatever the problems that come along, whatever the death that is going to come to you, and at that time to be strong. That's not the point. So what would be the point, Dr. Sakuntala? Can you say something about that? I would just try and see to make a conversation, so that what do you get from this Dhamma? What is your idea? What did you get from this Dhamma?
Actually, what you explained earlier, I mean, that was the place that I also was there some time back. We thought of getting rid of the sadness and then just maintain the happiness. That was the vision, or that was the expectation some time back. And also, as you said, we were wishing the things to happen sometime later, somewhere in another birth. But right now, we are sort of getting a clearer and clearer idea of what Aryan Mahasi is trying to show us. That is the path that Lord Buddha was trying to open up. And what one thing we didn't realize, or we don't realize, is that we didn't realize that happiness is also a kind of a fire. We thought that happiness is, I mean, we don't mind happiness, but it is the sorrow that we wanted to get rid. And sorrow was...
No, actually, that's worded differently. The urge for the happiness is the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the happiness itself is a mind sensor. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
And
because,
also the urge
because
to
the
get
urge
rid of...
to maintain the happiness is the whole problem in this whole world, I think, because people are trying to do things to maintain the happiness. What they think happiness is. I mean, happiness has so many meanings in this world. Yeah.
when the urge to maintain happiness when we cannot maintain it, then we are back on the sorrow and the unhappiness, isn't it? I mean, the happiness we try to maintain, when we cannot maintain the happiness, then we are back at the bucket of sorrow again. And we felt that if we can maintain the happiness forever, I mean, that is what that is what we should sort of try. But what we don't realize is that even the happiness, underneath the happiness, the sorrow is there wherever. So whatever the stimulus which becomes true, or which gets an added value, the sorrow is underneath. So something that I sort of understood from these teachings is that the the picture that we had about the happiness that got completely changed. Now the happiness, whether it is a happiness or the sorrow, whatever, the current which is underneath is the same, and then that is the one that takes us in this samsara journey. So that is one thing I
No,
realized.
but keep aside the sansaric journey, because sansaric journey becomes like another kind of potential, isn't it? Like when you say that, it automatically has that potential to think that there is a future. But what do you actually understand by this Dhamma about this stimuli? How do you?
Yeah,
How would you?
one thing very clear is that when you understand that this is a system that is taking place, and whether even the now one stage, when I get angry or when I feel sad, I was thinking why it is happening, because I'm trying to follow Dhamma and it shouldn't happen. That was one thing one of the concepts that I had, that I shouldn't get these feelings, these thoughts, these so-called incorrect feelings if I am following this Dhamma path. But now I realize that whatever is happening, whatever the type of the fire which is current, which is coming up, there's no me and I, there's no way that you can stop. It's a part of this system which is happening. So even the anger or the sadness is accepted. That is something that I have realized. So
But
I
how
mean,
can the anger or the sadness come?
that is a part of this system. That is a part of this, the sensor
How the
functions.
how we can
Sensors,
get that? I'm just trying to
sens
make a conversation so that it is
conversation.
important for others.
Yeah.
So how do we get the anger or sadness?
Yeah. Anger and sadness is
Isn't
something.
it according to the stimulus? How?
Yes. That's what I was going to say. It's
Yeah.
something felt. Anger and sadness is something felt. So when you go back, I mean, when you explore and see how I got this anger, how I felt this burning feeling, then it's a thought actually. And how did the thought come up? It is a function of the sensors at the sensor level. And how did the sensors function? Uh, because of a vibration that occurred at the sensor level. So vibration, when you go certain again sort of deeper and deeper into that, vibrations occur when there is a leftover current, and then the vibrations will lead to more and more current formation. So it's sort of going hand in hand. There should be some leftover current for us to start a vibration, and with each vibration will add more current to that whatever was existing.
Can I add something there?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to remember that this is pertaining to one stimuli. If you don't actually understand that bit, you are not going to feel it in in that way either. So you have to understand that whatever the burning, it is it is a synchronicity that works every time. So this happens is the Lord Buddha's word that if there is any stimuli, in that stimuli, if it is felt, definitely you are there. If it is felt as a thing, you are there. Why it is felt as a thing is due to the ignorance that how it has formed. So it is very important to understand that it is a story in one stimuli. Otherwise, if you generalize it, it is going to be a problem, because in every moment, it's only one stimuli, and in every moment, if it is felt as a thing, the continuation, we feel like we were there throughout, from 1 year old, from time we can remember what happened was this synchronicity. At any one point, it's only one stimuli. And if that is felt as a thing, definitely that is your current. That is important to understand, and very important to remind everyone that this Dhamma is not only for maintain the life happily, it is to understand how you feel alive. So how you feel alive is, we understand that there is no self at all. We all understand that. But then how do you feel alive? Then alive feel is actually the feel of the chair. The chair is there. That feel is the alive feel. So they are that's the synchronicity. So that synchronicity, if it is understood, you kind of, that is the breaking point of this view, self-view. Unless otherwise, the self-view is not going to break either. Because to self-view to break, you have to kind of feel the truth. How? Because we feel this, that this is an underlying me forever, underlying Sakuntala forever, underlying Surangika forever. From time you remember, Joel is there forever. Like, that's how you feel, yeah? But we never had felt something different. Never, ever. That we have felt that there was only the stimuli. That this side, absence of this side, but the stimuli, the feeling of stimuli, but it's very subtle. So that is the breaking point. This view has to be kind of, it has to be confirmed. So the confirming point is feeling that. But if you actually not orientated to this fact, you're not going to feel it, because the ignorance is going to prevent you from feeling it, because you don't know that is what you're going to feel. So unless you know, only you're going to expect that is the importance of importance of a noble friend that we have, trying to say this again and again, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, morning, night, midday, every time he's reminding us that this alive feel is just arises from the stimulus. This is very important, because if you miss that point, that the stimuli is if you feel the stimulus as a thing, that is the alive feel. But the misunderstanding, we never knew that. We never kind of understood that. We never, never even discussed something like that before, until Narayana started discussing about this non-form world. No one ever actually was discussing about non-form level before even any priest, in that sense, any monks. So it's very important to understand that if you feel something as real, then of course that is your life way. And if the other way around, if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, this life feel is broken. It's only the stimuli that is going to be there. That is the breaking point. But that doesn't necessarily mean your defilements are zero. it takes so much time for the defilements to come zero as well. So what do you think about that, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, yeah, as you said, I mean, the identifying the live feeling and how it happens, it's a part of the knowledge, but
Otherwise your
live
research
feeling,
becomes a shortcut. Your
yeah,
research stops.
yes, yes. So you have to explore deeply and then maybe listen to these sermons again and be thorough with really that knowledge part, because that is essential to go on this path. And then
It's mainly about
Mm,
feeling. The
mm.
knowledge is important, but actually understanding the core and actually feeling it is the main important thing.
Yeah, but we need to have the basic knowledge, because
Yes,
until
yeah.
we listen to these Deshana, actually, we have listened to so many other sermons from other monks, but we never had this type of explanation, isn't it? So the basic knowledge about Darshana was very important to me. I'm sure it is important
Yeah,
to
it is to
all of
everyone.
us. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
as
yeah.
you said, identifying this self feeling now, it's very clearly explained by Aranvase. It is not, it's a form, it's a kind of a current, isn't it? I mean, you try to find yourself, who are you? That was one of the questions that he asked. So, I mean, exploring the checking the body parts, individual parts. That is one of the types of meditation explained by Lord Buddha. You sort of dissect yourself and try to find out.
But actually speaking, you don't even need to go that big. If you
Yeah,
actually understand the body has nothing to do with
nothing to do. Yes.
the self, actually body has nothing. But
Yeah.
it's even if we say that, it may be very relevant, because I can remember mothers asking, or even young adults asking,
Mm.
I can touch something, why are you saying that
Yeah.
the body has nothing to do with it? Actually, yes, it's a sensory function is there, so don't misunderstand. It's actually sensory organ function is the misunderstood part. It is actually the sensory organ function. The speed of the occurrence of the sensation is is what was misunderstood from beginning. So we are not saying that it is not related, but it is related. But if you are actually going to understand this Dhamma, you understand, yes, because the system has sensory functions, we are feeling to some stuff.
Mm.
If you take the example of a bat, if you research about bat, how bat is finding the external world, it is through the waves,
Mm. Yeah.
kind of waves, radar waves. So that's how bat's world is. This is the human's world is kind of, you know, get up, go to the work, and maybe party, maybe come home, something like that. But it is similar. It is just a manifestation. So this is very important. We'll see whether Joel is free. Is Joel free? I don't know whether he's free to talk. You can also join the discussion. Suramika also can join. I mean, it's at any time. So it's very important to understand this Dhamma, how deep it can go. Because
Actually, the concept of body is myself uh, was something that,
body is
yeah.
again like chair,
Yeah, that's right. Now, I mean, from the small age, the concept that a person had was this body is me, this is me, myself, isn't it? I mean, now
Yeah.
we know that it's just a part of the world, but
No,
that
actually it is a
concept,
perception. That's the thing. If
mm,
you think about your head only, you will actually realize there is a head. If you
mm,
think about
mm,
your foot only, it is coming to your head. Otherwise you don't even know that you're walking. Remember that we say if you think about something and you are driving, you don't know that you are driving even sometimes. So
Yeah.
you will be finishing driving and you have been thinking about something else. So then probably it wasn't the focus. So, but when it is the focus, that means it is the thought. When it is focus, yes, that is the thought. So if you're thinking about the head, oh my God, my head is aching. At that particular moment, head is there. The same with the whole body. If you think my body is, the decay is happening to my body, yes, you're thinking about the body, then that particular moment, the body is there. So this
That becomes mine, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, it's
My
a
head.
perception. Body is a perception.
Yeah.
It's similar to the chair, similar to the pineapple, similar to the whatever, the tree, moon. It is same thing. And actually, if the first program, we have four kind of advices in the program, the levels. The
Practical
first one,
experience levels.
the first one actually has everything in it. So if someone is saying, I have understood the first one, that means they have actually surpassed the idea that the body is mine. Because the body is important, body is actually there. It's a perception only. So outside is a perception only, is a big step. But for that to actually become a concrete kind of confirmation, we have to feel the whole thing and understand that when the stimuli is not a thing, that's the two sides of the one coin. When the stimuli is not a thing, you don't feel the stimuli as such, as well as you don't feel the self perception either. So that these are the two sides. Because what we are trying to understand is the pineapple. There's no pineapple actually out there. It's a perception in our mind. But then the problem comes, then what did we eat? Yes, there was a touch sensation, there was a taste sensation, there was a smell sensation. You saw something, yes, there was a vision. There was, if you hear about the pineapple, yes, you have ear sensation. They are there. You can't say they are not there, but actually understanding that it was the only thing that was there. So that is actually the third one. And the fourth one is there is never a self. Because when you actually get all these four into one experience, that's the non-alive feel, or the no self-perception. If that happens, only the confirmation comes. Actually, there was never a pineapple. And actually, there was never a self either. Because they are same. If the pineapple is there, self is there. If the pineapple is not there, the self is not there. It's really tricky, really important to actually feel it as well. Yes, Romita, can you add something? And I wish everyone, because it's very important, we give we give maximum, we try to give the maximum to the listeners. So it's important we get the thing properly, because people tend to stagnate from every step. You tend to stagnate. Yes, Surank.
Yeah, they're not Dr. Pokhela. So yes, the descriptions that both of you gave, I mean, the realization that this entire lived experience is all made up of perceptions is not an easy thing to gather, but one has to actually start from somewhere. And as I think Dr. Sakuntala said, we had that myopic view about what Buddhism was, and always trying to address this suffering, isn't it? Not knowing that suffering had a far more profound meaning than the surface level suffering that we actually could see before our
Yeah,
eyes.
because Surangika, we can get rid of the suffering. You know, if you don't have money, you just borrow some money, your suffering is gone, isn't it? I mean, okay, you win a lottery, your suffering is gone. But that also we can say, so yes, my suffering is gone now, because someone can say, you know, young person fall in love with another person, then they didn't get the okay from the family, then suddenly they get the okay from the family and they are happy now. So that's the kind of happiness and sadness that we know. That's the real, you know, I mean, that's a normal thing that we know. But the problem here is the root of suffering, the root of suffering. Why we you know, sometimes even if you have the whole world, sometimes you feel like, you know, kind of emptiness. How is that going to happen? How, even after having everything, you kind of might feel like you want more. You want to change everything. You are seeking change in everything, the diet, the exercise routine, or the, you know, house. You would like to at least paint the house from time to time because you want a different color. So there's some fuel needed for the entertainment, isn't it? It never ends. This never ends, and it never ends even after this system collapses, because the urge never felt. Urge is there, the power is there. That urge is the which drives the synchronicity to another system, isn't it?
Yeah, the other part that we also got misled was the, you know, the impermanence theory.
Impermanence, yeah.
Mm.
I mean, it is also good, because it's really important to understand that everything is impermanent. I mean, everyone get it. You know, we'll talk about the toy car. Child will cry the whole night because the toy car was broken, but the child's mother is going to say, "Don't cry, Pata, don't cry, my son. Oh, everything breaks. You know, like that is how it is. We will try to buy a new one. Now you sleep. We'll look into that tomorrow. We'll get some money and we'll try to buy a new one. Everything breaks." You know, the everything breaks part is there. I mean,
yeah, there's a perception now that everything breaks. That's also accepted, isn't it?
Accepted, yeah. Even the suffering is accepted sometimes. You know, like if someone says, "I feel lonely," that's normal. And I'm like really having a low mood here. I'm depressed. Yeah, that can happen. You know, that can happen. Don't worry, that will go away. That's how this talking is going to be. Never going to look into the depth of that, because we are lazy to do that. Actually speaking, I think we are lazy to do that. Even with the Aranwansi is saying that from morning to night, we will be like, yeah, Aranwansi, it's fine. Yeah, I understand that. That's it, isn't it? I mean, that's what happens. I mean, that's very normal. But we are trying to rekindle this, you know, the actually get this across, because this is so much beautiful Dhamma which is sad to be hidden. It should be open out there for every human being, not limited to any religion, not limited to any race, not limited to any country, nothing, just for humanity. Because only the humans can actually have this one thought, having all the 31 realms. Only this one thought, having the three worlds of it. You know, one thought having. If you actually understand this, the one thought, you have actually won the whole thing. You know everything. There's nothing that can surprise you, whether it's the divinity or like the divine powers or the Brahma powers or what. Nothing, because it is beyond that, isn't it? Yes, Joel, I saw Joel unmuting the phone. Actually, I wanted to ask something also from Joel. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, you made that point clear. The I wanted to ask is like you said a statement where sometimes you listen to this and sometimes you feel the whole world is not around you and you feel empty. That's the part I want to ask, how to get that emptiness not empty.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So if we take this Dhamma in a different point of view, that is what is going to happen. And you're not alone. A lot of people who have listened to this for about 4 or 5 years also, they are also still trying to get around this, because if your self view is there, you are going to feel empty, and everything around doesn't matter to you, but you're going to feel empty. That is the thing what I'm trying to say. So this self view is so difficult to break, so difficult to break. So if you keep understanding Dhamma, that the actual perceptions are not true, and then what happens is there is the self view is still there, and you are there, you feel the emptiness. You feel the emptiness because this Dhamma is coming in a different angle. That's what I was trying to say from the beginning. This Zoom discussion, I don't know from where it came. It just came out. So what I'm trying to say is, I think it came out because of questions that Aran Hansi is trying to answer from multiple mothers asking different questions, and Aran Hansi is not like saying, "Oh no, that's not what is said here." But if we take this Dhamma in a different angle than other than the no self-perception, either you are going to feel that you feel elated, or either you are going to feel you are empty. Actually, what we are actually trying to understand is how this alive feel has come. How there is a perception that everything is happening here. So that exact thing, why I feel empty, why I feel sad, why I feel agitated, why I feel, lonely, why I feel happy. I mean, no one asked that question, but anyway, we will ask because it's important, because it's all centered here, centered to self, centered in in a, kavakatta. What is the kavakatta? Yeah, I can't remember the English word for that, but when you try to draw a circle, there's always we hold the pointed area towards the middle. Like that, you always feel that you are the center, and you feel lonely, you feel sad, you feel happy, you feel agitated. Yeah, everything is happening here. So if you get this Dhamma in a different angle, and you fail to get this point properly by discussing, that is what is going to happen. And the other way around, what Aran Hanse is saying, if you feel like you are understanding Dhamma, your ego will go up, because this no self angle is not properly taken in. So from the beginning, it is very important to understand what we are trying to understand here is there was never a self. But when the stimuli means what? Chair, fan, walls, tree, father, mother, kitchen, tea, whatever, because it's just a flow of thoughts that the life is. It's just a flow of thoughts. I should go to work. I should come back and then go shopping. Yeah, it's just thinking. It's all thinking world. So in this thinking world, it's always, there's duality. There's a subject and object part. There's always that. And that is what we are researching about. How did this come? How does that come? And then we understand that is the perception, because if the chair is felt as a thing, definitely we are going to feel that something is here, because as soon as it's like fraction of a second, I mean, it can be 600 time like, you can't really say what fraction, but it's very minute because this mind is so fast. But in that particular moment, if the chair is a thing, always this side is already born in the sense you are born. That is where you are born, not when you are actually coming from mother's womb. That birth is the physical birth. We don't really mind that. What is the birth of the birth? Birth is the origination of the mind. So as soon as the first thought is arise, you have arise. You are born, because that is where the duality has come. That you feel that I'm here, you are there. I'm here, mom is there. I'm here, dad is there. I'm here, siblings are there. I'm here, my cricket bat is there. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be even my things. If you go to a forest, you are not going to say, this is my tree, this is my tree, this is my tree. No, but even the forest, you have that duality kind of thing. That's what we are researching about. So when everything is centered here, we feel that when we take Dhamma from a different perspective, from the perspective that, okay, chair is a perception, don't worry about that. Chair is a perception, chair is a perception. And then suddenly you don't actually feel the chair, but you feel now as there is something happening here, like a sadness, something like empty. This is not what is going to happen. Actually, if you are understanding Dhamma, you don't need anything to be happy. That is the super happiness Aranwansi is talking about. You don't really need anything to be happy. You just the system is working and the suffering is not there. That's all. So actually, Joel, I wanted to ask you a question. Because you have listened to Dhamma for 1 week or 2 weeks, I don't know, 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you understand about the perception?
Perceptions is a collection of intakes of our sensory faculties.
Sorry, tell that in your words.
Perception,
Take an example.
kind of thing, like now when I see a chair and when I hear the sound called chair, the eye vibration and the ear vibration connects to a perception, creates a perception. That's
Okay.
what I understand. So
What
it's a
about the
collection.
touch?
Yeah, it's also the touch, sensory faculty of touch. So all the sensories, collection of sensor faculties creates a perception.
Okay.
Which
Then
is
how
not
does it
real.
become a view?
Because we believe that there's a thing outside.
In the sense it should come again and again, isn't it? Like when it happens again and again, it becomes a view. As I said one day, when we see someone by the side of the road every day, even though we don't know him, we don't know the name, nothing. He's just asking for food every day when we are passing that place. Even that, it becomes a perception and it becomes a thing. Slowly, it becomes a thing. So why it is important to understand this is because why we are even talking about this is because self-perception is the same. Self-perception is kind of there because we feel something. Because we feel something we feel that the self-perception is there. We feel that duality, we feel the perception of self. And when you feel it again and again and again and again, which happens already for maybe 1 trillion times, we are confirmed. We are it's already confirmed that there is self, because no one actually questions it. Everyone believes that. So all the humans are in one agenda, that there is self. So it's fine. It becomes a normal thing because everyone believes. So imagine someone in Amazon jungle. They don't know about something. So they don't know anything about, maybe if we say drone, just say they don't know about the drone. But everyone outside will know about the drone. If you see a drone, you're not going to panic, but you may think that, okay, someone is taking photos or something. But someone in the Amazon jungle, if they don't have a perception about that, what are they going to say? They might say it is something beside, maybe say it is alien, can say anything, you know. So there's a new perception what is going to happen to them. But if it happens again and again, that is going to be a view, which is, you know, if the whole group of men in that Amazon jungle start to believe that it's a alien, they are going to believe that. So they call it the alien, and they are going to believe that that's the alien coming, even though it's a drone from the city. That's how the perceptions become view. So when the perception become a view, the self-perception also has become a view now, because the small child didn't have a kind of an idea about self. You know, they don't care. They wear the small small pant like thing. They play. They don't care anything about how they look. They are covered in mud, covered in water, or they are jumping in the river, or jumping in the the rainy water. They don't really worry about how they appear, or whether they are acting foolish, or whether they are not self-aware. That's a really good word in here, actually. They are not self-aware. Why? Because the self-view is not strong yet. But as soon as the self-view is kind of forming into a strong view, they are now shy. They are now self-conscious, self-aware. That's how it happened. But we are like not going to act bizarre because we are understanding. That's not the point. Actually, we are trying to understand how the self-view has come to the world. If actually there was never a self, from where did we get this self-view? It's a very strong view because it's reconfirmed all the time. Like every fraction of a second, every time there is a thought, or every time there's a stimuli, it is getting reconfirmed that there is self. That's how it is going to be the worst ever view we have. It's not about the human rights. It's not about the politics. It's not about the family values. It's not about the my way or nothing. It's just self-perception is very strong because it's going to be confirmed in every stimuli. So that's how strong this self-view is. That's what we are attacking. It is difficult, but we are attacking. But when we really understand that the self-perception is a joke, that's where actually you kind of get rid of this, whatever the emotions attached to the self become a joke. Then the emotions are there, but there's no attachment to the self. That's what is going to happen. So if you feel empty, it's emptiness, but not the self-emptiness. So the emptiness is going to go down as well, because actually in this part, it's the other way around. Actually, if you get hold of this Dharma properly, the heaviness in your heart, heaviness in your system is going to go down drastically. And the more you feel that the self is not there, or the self vibration is less, or the self perception is dissolving, it is going to be like like super happiness, super tranquility. The why we put super is because it's just to show that it is something felt without the self-perception. Because everything else, if I say I'm so happy, that is with the self-perception. But if someone says the Lord Buddha had super happiness, it is kind of different. And that's why we are adding actually super. Otherwise, there's nothing super about it. It's just to show the difference, you know. Yeah, I'll hand over to Srangika. You can add something, Srangika. Joel, do you have any other questions? Or did you get the kind of the answer? I mean, it's a very profound question you're asking. So all the emotions in this system are not going to go away as just because you are trying to understand this Dhamma. The power of them are going to go away. And specifically the anger, the hatred, the what is called the agitation, they are going to die first. They are going to vanish first because that is kind of the extreme of self. But as soon as you understand that there was never a self, this is how self-perception arises. The self-perception arises due to the stimuli. And as long as your system breathes, the breathing is happening, there will be a stimuli. Don't forget that. Stimuli is going to be there. Stimuli is not going to vanish until your respiration stops. But it is not going to feel as a thing. So the suffering is not there. Simple as that. I mean, when we talk about it, it looks it's simple, but feeling it can be a challenge. Yes, I'll hand over to others now.
Yeah, until Surangika is free, I can just add few more things. As you said, as long as the breathing is there, the physical components, the physical organs are functioning. And as long as the physical organs are functioning, there is non-stop stimuli forming. So whatever is more prominent at that time will be taken as a sensor function. So maybe you feel that you hear and see the things at the same time. While you hear and see, you are doing something. So you feel as if all three are done together, but it's not so. One sense at a time. But because it alternates, changes from one to the other so fast, we get the impression that all three senses are functioning at the same time. So as long as the senses are functioning, thoughts are formed, and thought means the perceptions. And because of the rapid speed and because of the repetition, that sense of real like sense of existence come up. So in other words, it's a kind of a feel. It's a kind of a current like thing. And when something is felt as existing, definitely that is its experiencing person is here. So that is how you get that feeling of being alive. And feeling of being alive means the experiencing perceiver is here. Perceiver is here, and then whatever is perceived is taken as real. It's not actually, I can't use the word taken as, I mean, there's no person who is doing it, but this is a spontaneous sequence. So part of that sequence is your anger or your sadness, happiness, all of them are part of this flow. So there is no way of stopping it abruptly. And there is, because even the Arhat state, Arhat will have the happiness. Sometimes likes, dislikes, those things will happen even at that stage because of the continuous functioning of the senses. So what we lose is that additional power under each of these currents, each of these stimuli, that additional current which you feel as if really sort of burning and uncomfortable, that deep-seated burn which is strong, that is the one which is getting less and less. But understanding this Dhamma is not going to change the way that you see, hear, or experience the things. I mean, when you are looking around, not that you don't see the things, not that you don't hear the sounds, and not that you don't identify them. That whole process takes place. Seeing, hearing, and identification. That means you have the normal flow of thoughts. But what is important here is that thought is something, a vibration that occurs right at this moment as another single vibration. Though it is a collection of several vibrations, combination of several vibrations which are formed at the different sensor levels, it's yet another single vibration. So the beauty of Dhamma is that every Dhamma fact can be applied to this single vibration. I don't know whether Isurangika free to add anything to what we have been saying so far. There was Sanai.
Sakuntala. I think that was very well described by both of you, so I don't think there's much more to add. I mean, this is all we have to experience. This is all we have to reflect on, I think, which is the thing that has to be continuously practiced. And the more one can put that into day-to-day occurrences, we've talked about this before also, that is the way it can get applied, like embedded into the system. Because if there is a practical aspect of it, because otherwise even listening to the talks can only remain as like a theoretical academic knowledge. It's as if you're just listening to something and at that time everything is clear, and it has happened to all of us. It's not as if you shouldn't be listening to the Dhamma talks. You have to, because the way this, even the consciousness also, all this is gathered through perceptions, just like Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala mentioned. Even the Dhamma, there is an initial taking in of the Dhamma as knowledge. But when one does the practical application of it, there only the ingraining into the system, the embedding into the system gradually occurs. I mean, if you take a very mundane example of even a professional qualification, now see, when you go for a job, even Joel, who is the person that is better valued? The person who has a paper qualification? I mean, of course, sometimes they can mistakenly think the person also has the required experience. But if you really take it in the correct sense of the word, it's not just a paper qualification that matters, but a person who also has the practical work experience to back that qualification. So not only does that person know the best practices, the standards, the requirements, and so on, and he's qualified in that field, when one goes to actually use it, And you and I and everybody knows when one actually tries to apply that theoretical knowledge gained in university or wherever, it's a whole different kettle of fish, isn't it? Because sometimes these theories, when you learn, there are hypotheses. There is a hypothesis, there are assumptions, and based on certain assumptions, they will take a scenario and say, this is how it works. But what happens in real life? Everything is thrown up in there. You can't work with 5 assumptions. This is life. This is commerce. Like, one day's business is not the next day's business. People leave, there's resignations, the profits have slumped, shares have gone down or shares have crashed. Things can happen. There can be a fire in the building. There can be a health and safety risk. All these things can happen in that context. The person who's a manager with a qualification can't sit behind the desk and say, according to what I learned in the degree, no, only this can be done, because all I know is the 5 assumptions. Can you do that? No, you can't. So they are actually at the moment, based on the circumstances around one, the decisions are taken. And a person who is well versed, working in so many jobs, several jobs with different facets of it explored and really gone through the mill, will then be able to almost face any situation. So that was just an example. But if we take that even to the Dhamma, if we look at this perception and the thought and see, if Aran Vahansa says all that is there is this one thought in this very moment, and it is in that thought that the self-perception, the vibration, everything happens there. The I becomes real there. The world becomes real there in that moment. And so all that has to be understood is this thought occurring in this very moment. So, and that the more and more one understands that, not just through the Dhamma talks. Yes, you have heard Aryan Mahansa now several times. You have heard Dr. Kokila from the beginning. You have heard Dr. Sakuntala, and we all say the same thing. But this is what all of us are saying. So what about, how about applying it yourself? Because however much we say it, the circumstances and the environment in which you live, the environment, in the education that you have had, all those things make up the world of perceptions that is the system called jewel. So in order to kind of see that that world was a whole world of perceptions, that where the stimuli got real from the day, from the childhood day when the first concept was learned, and then all there was an accumulation of object after object, person after person, to make up a world that was never there. That has to be really put into practice with every, either some kind of stimuli, something you do during the day, wherever you go, anything you encounter, a sound you hear, thing you see, even when you're having a meal, contemplating on the meal. Are you really having pineapple? Can the mind actually have pineapple? Who called it a pineapple? Did we actually have rice? Or does the mind think that we had rice? So, each of these things, it doesn't have to be a laborious process, but the continuous application, the effort, right effort that is put towards each of these things would then gradually help get that core message, the pure truth, ingrained in this system. Because it is after all just a system. And just like the data, the wrong data with the ignorance was fed into this system, that this non-existent world was real. Now what is being done through the Dhamma is we are flipping it on its head. And so this entire samsaric cycle has been going with the stream. This whole notion of things being there. But the true Dhamma is showing actually this whole thing was a construct. It's all getting constructed here. And as long as Dr. Kokila said, it's stimuli after stimuli. And what is happening? Just one stimuli now. that will cease and another stimuli will arise. So if the stimuli is considered real, then the I is born then and there. So the eye creation, the ear creation, everything is here in this moment. If that stimuli becomes real to you. So understanding this would mean that when we take the question that you asked, if there is a feeling of, not wanting to have that, then as Dr. Popula said, there has been something that had not been practiced in that correct angle. Because if the 4 steps are followed, or if one knows that the self-perception is also occurring only in this moment, through that evolution process of the vibrations turning into light, sound, touch, taste, and those turning and combining into a vibration called thought. And the thought is just an object. And that in that object being considered to be real, only the I is born, not that it was there. The duality is a misnomer. There was no duality, just like there was no self. So the more that gets ingrained, the fact that the question that how do I get that thing away from me, or how do I not feel that, the question itself won't arise. Because you will see through that question yourself and understand that there is a person here who wants to get rid of that feeling. So you can explain it in so many ways. That's another way of trying to think about it. But the practical application, Joel, is the thing. No matter how much one can really appreciate, there can be beautiful Dhamma talks. And in Sinhalese, we have been truly inspired by R.N. Mansa approaching the Dhamma to explain to us in so many ways in the last 5 years. And we have truly been blessed because he inspires through the Dhamma, through the truth, showing showing the falsity of this thought in so many ways, because each of the systems, that is Joel, each of the systems, that is Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, take it in a different way, because the angle, to show the angle, R.N. Mahansa explains like that to so many people. Because the way one person realizes the Dhamma may not be the way the other system takes it in. But the beauty in the way these things are explained, it could click. And when it clicks, the whole thing starts, unraveling. And for that purpose, only all these talks and Zoom sessions and everything is being held. But make the maximum out of it. But also, there will be a confidence that will eventually arise that there was never a self here, and that the thought of some wanting to do something, wanting to have something or not have something, wanting to have some kind of feeling or even not have that feeling, are both coming from that whole self-perception. Yes, they got something.
Yes, as you said, Surangika, sorry. Yes, Kokila. Yes.
No. I was just unmuting here. You can continue.
Yeah, just few things to add, because as Surangika said, applying this to the practical side is very important. And now we sort of follow it in 4 levels, but the first one, where we realize, where the system realizes this all are constructs of the mind. That level, I think, is very important, because always we have been projecting everything to the so-called outside world, and we expect everything from the outside world. So when the system realizes that everything is a construct of the mind, it is a major breakthrough in this pathway. But I remember R.N. Mahansa said that he practiced it for several years. So we are not capable of taking a shortcut. So incidents that happen in the day-to-day life, we can apply this Dhamma to that and see how instantly it became a construct of the mind. For example, now say somebody criticizes. Now I remember you saying that, Joel, somebody criticized or made some adverse comments. So an incident like that, if you analyze, it very clearly shows that everything was a construct of your mind, isn't it? I mean, that was a vibration of the ear, and that may have been a vibration of the eye as well. And instantly, within a fraction of a second, you had the construct in your mind, in the system, to say that this is so and so. So there was identification, and the words mentioned are these, and the meaning of those words are this. So if because your ear was functioning, because your eye was functioning, you had this stimuli, and then as a part of this nature's law or chitta niyamaya, you got that thought, and then that was followed by the analysis of that. So how did that analysis come? The analysis came as a part of the telepathization or synchronization of something similar which happened as a thought at some stage. If you didn't have that experience, you wouldn't have that thought which sparked in, which said that this is kind of adverse comment. So what we suggest is that apply the Dhamma facts. You have a basic knowledge now, so apply these facts when something happens which you feel heavy. If you feel heavy, or if you feel something strong, something different to the other times, that means that sort of a stimulus, it's worth analyzing and exploring and to see how it happens. Then you realize that it is a creation of the own mind, and all the analysis and all the subsequent thoughts that come up are all creations, and there is no way of stopping them, and it's a part of this sequence. Yes, Dr. Kokila, you were going to say something. There was a line.
Yeah, Joel, do you have any questions?
No questions. I like. Is it okay to take time to apply it? Because I
Yeah.
can't do it one shot.
It's actually very important to do that. When you do that, try and do understand, like you can, initially, once I actually did it in 7 days, kind of practice the first one for 2 days, second one. No, I think first 2 days it was for the details of this Dhamma, what we talk every day, kind of. And then the next 1 day each was the first, it was that outside is actually a perception of the mind. And then the second one was perceptions are not true. Actually, perceptions are just a vibratory nature of the sensory organs. And the third one is sensory organ function is there. It is never going to go away. It is there. It is only that actually. And there is no self. So this is kind of very important to practice them.
Excuse,
like
doctor.
Close by.
I'm just interrupting you. Can you tell that 4 things so that I can take it one by one and practice?
Yeah, it is good to practice them. Maybe first one the first day, second on the second day, third on the third day, fourth on the fourth day. Either you can do that, or you can actually do it like first 10 minutes or first 15 minutes, the first one, second 15 minutes, the second one, third 15 minutes, the third one, or the fourth 15 minutes, the fourth one. It is according to your timing. But I think it is important to practice 4 of them like that way together, so that you don't really stagnate in one level. Because if you stagnate in one level, because this is experience felt in one stimuli. So if you kind of give particular interest to one particular area, it can actually hinder. Because Aranwansi recently, I think it was yesterday or today morning or yesterday, Aranwansi was telling one mother how she has missed the 4th one throughout, even though she has listened to Dhamma for a long time. So it is important that you don't miss any of the steps. So the 4 steps are, first one is everything kind of we feel outside, as chair or the bus stand, train station, house, mother, other siblings, whatever. For an example, we feel like it's there in front of you. They're actually a perception in here. That is the first one. Second one is the perception. Perception is actually the manifestation of the sensory organs. That's what you said. Second one is the actual vibration of the sensory faculties. That actually then the perception is nullified because it becomes a vibration there. It's actually the vibration. It's like vibrating together, because if you take mountain has that solidity kind of thing. It has a name. It has the, when I say mountain, you get the picture. How do you get that picture? Because it already you have a perception of mountain in your system. So that's how you only has to hear. But this is actually the perception itself has nothing in it. That's why you can even see it in the dream. How can you see a dream? It's because it's a vibration. Otherwise, the mountain is not there on your bed, but you're actually seeing it in your dreams. So it is the vibratory nature of all 5 sensory organs. That's what actually you said. Then we come to the vibration. And the third one is, yes, there are vibratory nature of the 5 sensory organs. That is the consciousness level. That is you feel you feel it because of the fast vibration. If you actually separate them without the speed, you won't be able to identify anything. It is like a torch or pandama. What is pandama? Fire. What do you call it? Pandama, Surangika or Sakuntala? I can't remember. It's like a round of fire. How do you make a round of fire? Round of fire is made from one stick with the fire, end with the fire. But when it is rotating very fast.
Sorry, what did you ask? Sorry, I didn't hear that part very well.
When we get the round of fire, how do you get that? What is the English word for the pandama like thing?
Fire circle, you mean? Is it?
Yeah. What is the thing that we are rotating?
It's a ball of fire which is tied up to a rope, and it's pinned, and then it looks like a fire circle.
Yeah. That.
What is taken in Perahara? I'm sure Joel must have seen. Yeah, fireball is tied up to a rope, and
the
then
same thing.
Yeah.
That's how you actually see something. This is not about the red color. This is not about the rose. This is not about the sun. This is not about the moon. This is not about the child. This whole perception level is gone now. This is about the vibratory nature of the actual vision, actual sound, actual touch perception. That is due to the speed. This is very important. And if you actually get that, you understand that there was never a self, because in this experience, there's no place for a self at all. There's no self. So whatever the self-perception, self-view, self-perception, self-vibration, it's all is the stimuli. So the stimuli is only this. It is, when you categorize down and down and down, you don't find anything. It's just the vibratory nature of the speed of the sensory function. This will last only till the breathing happens. And then when you understand this, you understand there is no self. There is no self is practiced as the fourth one, because if you don't get this one properly, you stuck in that that level where you feel so good about it, because when you actually out of worldly perceptions, that would be felt so good. So that will be the area that you have to understand. Even any perception, even if it is a vision, even if it is the hearing, even if it is the touch sensation, even if it is the taste, even if it is the smell, even to feel that, it is only the speed making it to feel that. So actually sound is not there, actually light is not there. We call it white light, the human's light. If the speed is not there, there is no possibility of a light or possibility of a sound. You know, if you go through the science, you will see this vibratory nature of the light, vibratory nature of the sound. It is only the level, a particular level that humans can perceive. But even that, it is due to the speed that we get that thing. And there's never a self, because that is all what was left, and that there was never a self. That's the fourth one. So when you practice this, you might actually start to feel this, but then feeling should not stop here and there. Then it should come to the fourth level too. That's why we are advising you to practice it, even if you're practicing 15 minutes the first one, 15 minutes the second one. Keep doing it to the fourth level, because that's the fourth level is the most important level. So if you miss the fourth level, there you are there without feeling anything. That is not what we are trying to say. Here we are trying to actually feel this an unalive feel. Because if as soon as you understand it is only the sensory function of the eye, or sensory function of the ear, sensory function of the touch, actually, Joel, actual practice life, if it is one stimuli, it starts with only one sensory function. If it's a sound, if it's a cross sound, just imagine, go back to that, the moment that you hear a sound, or if it's a bell in the church, if you hear the bell is a perception. Actually, perception is actually not true. There's nothing called bell anyway. Then it becomes a sound, isn't it? Then sound, direct sound, is the fast vibration of the ear. That's all. And there's no self. That's the feel. You can feel it even in your church. Doesn't matter where you are. There are beautiful sounds. I have gone to Ragama. Siddhevatta, I can't remember now. There are so many beautiful sounds there, and beautiful views also. But actually, if you say it's a candle, it's a beautiful candle. Just imagine seeing a candle. Is actually a candle there? Actually, there is no candle. Candle is a perception. But then, is that perception true? Is there a candle at all in the mind? Mind can't have the actually candle. Mind is just a vibratory nature. So the mind the mind, what you have is actually a vibration. And that level, you understand that the candle is just the vision, because you're looking at the candles. And that looking is just the fast vibration of the eye only. And how can there be a self then? Do you get the point, Joel? You can practice this anywhere, any moment, even now.
Yeah, doctor, I'm practicing it now itself.
Yeah, it is very beautiful when you are in a very, very free mind, in the sense without much, if you're going somewhere and you're not thinking too much about something, you're just like a child, 2-year-old child. You are just, walking through, going to church. You're just there, just free. And then you can actually feel this. Really beautiful if you can actually feel this, because heavy mind, there's no chance you can feel this, because it's too heavy for that. Heavy with other stuff, even if you're not actually be there, you're somewhere else. Even if you see the candles or hear the bells, you're not there, you're somewhere else. You're thinking, you're engrossed in so many other things. But if you can understand this, that actually this side, that duality that we have all the time, that there is self here and I'm looking at the candles, that is the feel that you're going to feel that disappears. Then it will be just the candle, not you. This side is gone, but just the candle. It's beauty. It's beauty. Yeah, it's if it's a sound, yeah, it's just a sound. No, it's not as you're hearing the sound. It's as you are gone. It's like it's a experience that there has never been a self at all. And if you actually feel this absence of self, or normal I feel, you don't need anyone to tell that there was never a self. You're 100% sure that there was never a self, but you will come back to that again, because it is felt as a thing. The next moment you might feel something again as a thing, but you know now that it's just because the stimuli is felt as a thing that you feel in your life, that duality. So you don't worry anything about anymore, because you know that even the life feel is a joke. How come you can be so serious about everything? But that doesn't mean that you are doing unnecessary stuff. No. If you were doing a job, you will keep doing that job nicely. You will feel the front person nicely, more than well before, because now the fire here is not there. You can actually feel the person in front of you. Yeah, I think it is anything else? Anything you can add, other friends? Do you have any questions, Cheryl? Or I think you can actually practice and see, then you can bring the questions. It's beauty that if someone actually can start practicing, because if you catch it properly in the beginning, it is much easier, because once you become tired of it, you kind of think you are doing it and not actually doing it. That happens with time. So that's why it's like in Sinhala we say, I don't know, I shouldn't say that, but you just take things for granted, kind of. Yeah, it's like, oh no, I know that kind of thing, but you haven't actually felt it. But you feel as, because you talk about it, you feel as you have already felt it, but actually you haven't. So there is a risk. Yes, Suranita.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think that last point you said, that can happen, Joel, the way Dr. Kokila said, but the other part is your mind itself will play a trick saying, yeah, I feel it. Because that is the way the mind is, because it has a way of almost like copying, recording, playing over and over again the perception, because these are perceptions occurring due to vibration. Everything that is heard, it's almost like mimicked and copied, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And because of that itself, that is why we call it that the mind is playing a trick, and that the mind is the greatest illusion, the greatest magician, and we call these all kinds of names. But if we actually see, it is because of that very nature, the way it has the capability of mimicking, multiplying, recording it, playing back, playing the same thing back and back again. Now see, when you have a problem and all that also, the same one is coming up and coming again and coming again. And then you see a tiny little, some little trigger, some little picture, and the stream of thoughts that come by seeing just a minute fraction of a little picture or a little color or some kind of pattern. Maybe that pattern would have been in some art or drawing that you might have encountered even during school days. How crazy is that, right? But that pattern that you saw now will trigger all those perceptions, and it will trigger in this very moment. And then it will not be just the pattern, it will be the art, the drawing, the school, the children that you had encountered during that classroom, maybe the teacher, maybe it was a really good teacher, then the school, then your life during the school days, all that will start telepathizing and telepathizing all in that very moment. And what was the seeing here? Just a trigger of some little pattern. So that is the way this mind is, because the mind, there's no such thing called the mind separately. We have talked about this. It is that thought that gets triggered, and it is a perception that then telepathizes with every other perception that has the same type of frequency. And it keeps arising in this moment. The more that it's telepathizing and synchronizing, that is arising in this moment. So in that same manner, that thought can come saying, when the Dhamma talk is being given, yeah, I know that. Yes, of course. I mean, I heard it yesterday. Yeah, that's something I know. And then, so that can be twofold. One is the fact that you will dismiss it, because the mind is saying, yeah, I know. So it is in one way that there won't be enough reflection at that point, in order to be able to go deeper and deeper into what is being explained in the Dhamma. But the other point that I wanted to raise also, Dr. Kokila, is that, I mean, whilst people often miss that last point, which is what Alan Wansa was trying to say recently, and it is important to do the 4 steps. You can't get to the last point unless you have diligently followed those first, second, and third points of contemplation as well. Because this is a, what do you call it? Anupiliveling yanagamanak. It is a sequential thing.
Yeah, but it is okay to practice. It should follow. One day it will follow. The experience will come. It's just that practice. Because Aranwanse is all, very simple. He's telling this all simple way. He just says, just take the perception of that outside is just a perception here, and just keep doing whatever you're doing, and then the next 15 minutes or so you can go to the next level, because this mind is not even prepared for doing that. So we need to practice a little bit before this, and one point in time all these 4 levels come into the one particular perception, one particular stimuli. We don't know when that is. We never know. We can't predict that. We can't anticipate that, nothing. But what is important thing is actually practicing these 4 steps, and we never know who feels it and who is not going to feel it, because it's depends on the thickness of the perception too. So it depends on a lot of things. So that's where the paramita comes from, but it's too much for an English medium, because I don't know how to tell them even. But it's the kind of pure intention of finding the truth, I would say, and not to just feel good about it, because if you have a ulterior motives, kind of motives behind that, like okay, if I feel this, I will feel good or something like that, then it is actually nurturing the self motive again. So there are a lot of things that will support this incident, or that will support this experience. So we can't predict when that is going to happen. But being so truthful to the system, being kind of being a human, I would say. Just being a human, just being trying to actually understand the truth. Kind of there are prerequisites for you to actually feel this, because it's very random. And but if you have practiced these 4 levels, that will definitely follow, because it just felt in one stimuli. So I think it is good to practice it even if you don't really know what you're doing, because that's the importance of practicing it one after the other also, because this is actually one stimuli experience that is broken into steps for the sake of others to actually get to the point. Because as long as the outside is felt as a thing, you're not going to feel the perception level. As long as you're going to take the perception level for granted, you're not going to feel the vibration level. As long as the vibration is a thing, you're not going to feel the non-vibration level. So these are the levels. So you need to understand all the 4 levels. So when you understand all the 4 levels, with the pure intention of trying to actually feel this, but not with so much heavy heart, you just let it go and see what happens. It might come to you. There's no hard and fast rules about it. There's no way that this is what is going to happen to you or nothing. That's what our Anansi is telling all mothers. Why don't you make some tea and just relax, when they are so agitated about this Dhamma. It just calms them down. Very simple. Very simple. If you ask a question also, it might be the same. Very simple. One day I can remember I asked the question not long ago, I don't know, maybe a few months ago, I can't remember now. But he just asked me, are you Mongol? And I was like laughing. I could have laughed more, because I know what exactly he meant. Because exactly, yes, because if you're actually is thinking that there's something, whatever the perception is important, you are still in that level. So he's basically telling me, what are you doing, So it's really important that Dharanansi is still there, trying to give this to everyone. It's so beautiful, because he knows when to when to actually calm them down, or actually other way around. If someone is so agitated about knowing Dhamma, he will spiral them down as well in a different angle, saying you do nothing, just just shut up or something. He might say that. So it's really different, and it is the way that he feels, he talks. But there's another part as well, Joel. The importance of four aspects are there. At the same time, if there's heaviness of the heart, that's what I said. If there's heaviness of the heart due to something else, in the heart means it's just a perception. I'm saying heaviness in the mind actually. So much heavy feeling due to some perceptions being so true, it is not going to liberate that easily, even for a fraction of a second. So difficult. So that's where it is good for you to understand why the heaviness is there. What are your expectations? What are your what is the heavy feeling, and address that, because Angulimala had the feeling that he has killed thousands of people, but Lord Buddha never gave up. He actually said when Angulimala became a monk, he saw a mother who is trying to deliver a baby and saw how much suffering that mother is having, and ran to Lord Buddha and asked, how can I help that mother? This is a person who killed about 1,000 people, but he's now trying to help that mother who is crying due to pain with the birth of the baby. But what Lord Buddha said was, you just make a wish that because of the power that you have never killed someone, that the mother should feel better. In that trick, it is actually kind of a trick, because then he asks, no, I can't because I have killed people. Then he asks, in this thought, in this, after becoming a Sangha, kind of, that is where you try to understand this Dhamma. The whole Dhamma is, whole life field is one stimuli. So in this stimuli, you haven't killed anyone. So kind of he gave that message in a different way. And Angulimala actually felt so much better. He got a very clear, light feeling, and that's very imperative, like very needed for liberation, because heavy heart can't do that. That's why even Alanansi was asking Joel that day, what is making you so heavy? What is the problem? But then one day, if Joel actually tells him there are so many things, I don't answer this, and you might actually find, sometimes 2,000 things to tell, because it's not one thing sometimes. It will be from childhood to now. So it's really tricky. I don't think even some of us may not have addressed that clearly, because what is heavy here, if you can do that research by yourself, it is good. Sometimes you can need a noble friend to do that. So that is the thing. So it is beautiful if you understand this Dhamma and understand that actually everything that we hold here is a perception. I killed 1,000 people is a perception. But to understand that, you need a very strong sense of this Dhamma. And if you actually don't understand the whole thing, if you just understand one thing, the most selfish person can emerge. because you might be like, yeah, I killed 1,000, but I didn't, you know. You might say that. No, that's not the point. You have to understand this full thing and feel that there is no, even the life feel is not there. Then only you can understand that it's just perception. That is very, very strong understanding. When there is no one here, the perception becomes a joke anyway. The self-perception is the strongest perception ever. Not all the other billion perceptions. Billion perceptions are all attached here to the self now. Because it's a mirror image of the stimuli. Actually, this is a beautiful thing Aranwanse, I think, told today or yesterday. Surangika might remember. I can't remember which one because they are all kind of in one moment now. Because he said in a beautiful wording, it just came out. He said, self is the shadow of the stimuli. Pratibimbe. Is Pratibimbe shadow? Yeah, I think so. It's the Pratibimbe of the stimuli. And I thought, wow, that's so beautiful, you know, like that is exactly it is, because it's only the stimuli which is there. It was only the chair that was there. But then there's a shadow kind of thing. As I saw the chair, or I touched the chair, or I heard the chair. The shadow effect is actually not there. Self is not there, but we feel it has here. It's the beauty, very beautiful Dhamma. If you actually feel this whole thing is becomes so easy, you know, very easy. If you understand, it's actually the shadow of the stimuli. And the other way around, Lord Buddha told, is the mirror image of the water. You are the mirror image of the water. He said, Lord Buddha told it to his son, Lord Buddha's son, Rahula. When he was Siddhartha, he had a son. And he told to Rahula, Rahula was looking at a very calm water, and he was seeing his face through the water. And Lord Buddha said, see Rahula, your world is, that is what your world is, what is seen through your, that water. It's the same thing, like it is the mirror image of the stimuli. This is very beautiful. Anything else? Yes, Surani.
Yeah, Dr. Bokila, I haven't listened to today's talk, so I'm only halfway through, so maybe it was today that
I'm
he
not
spoke
sure, but
about
it
the
was
shadow.
just a one, just a one.
Yeah,
It was 2-word thing. It wasn't a big talk or anything.
right, yeah.
It just came out in another big talk, but it was so beautiful. It's just the stimuli is the only thing that is there, but we feel as something is here. It's kind of a mirror. That's the illusory nature, or the mirage kind of thing, you know. It is beautiful. I think we talked very good points today. I mean, points wise, it is not just to adapt your knowledge, but if you can actually feel this, because When Aran try to say something, he always talked about something in the feel level, not thinking level. He always will criticize if we are just thinking. So just try and see whether you can feel this Dhamma. Anyway, you will feel better, because as soon as, even if you understand the first level, you will feel better. If you understand the second level, you will feel much better. But if you really feel the last one, it is the turning point that your all time, this dream that there is self is going to be actually like unfolded. It's not true. But then the stimuli will be there in a subtle way. But the good thing is, because the weight of this mind is taken away, the stimuli is taken away, you will feel much lighter, much calmer. It's not even compared to the mundane world. Mundane world also, you say, I'm really calm, I'm really happy, people will say, but this can't be even compared to that, because there's no one actually feeling it. Arahant is someone who feels this all the time. But even that can take time, because all our defilements should surely slowly dissolve for that to happen, to every stimuli to be in that level. But each time you feel this truth, all the time you keep understanding, or actually wisdom will get better and better, and the release will be stronger and stronger. It's like release of a rubber band. Rubber band, when held tightly, it has so much power in it, but when it is released, it's relaxed. Likewise, when the organs are working without this self vibration, everything is relaxed. That's why we call it super tranquility, because we don't have a word to say these things. It's almost close to the end of this discussion. We'll join tomorrow. We worship Paranon, say, with so much gratitude for letting us know his experiences, and trying so hard to give it to all the humans. Thank you, Dhamma friends. Thank you, Joel, for asking questions, and may Triple Gem bless you all. May you all understand this beautiful Dhamma. Thank you.
Everyone's on night, Dr. Gopinath. Everyone's on night, Dhamma friends. Everyone's on night, Dhamma friends. So let us continue with the Zoom discussions or the Zoom talk. You are listening into the Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom channel, which hosts regular series of talks right through the whole day and overnight as well. What just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion that took place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. And we'll now continue with the 1-hour talk. So the rest of the sessions are typically 1 hour in duration and will be delivered by various practitioners trying to explain this true Dhamma message to all our English-speaking listeners. So this pure truth that the Buddha expounded is what is trying to be said or communicated in a very simple language to listeners. So some of you may have heard of, may have followed Buddhism. Some of you may call yourselves Buddhists. And some of you may be just people in search of the truth. You might not really even know that you are in search of the truth, but there could be some kind of lifelong search or a lifelong sense of a void that you feel or you felt within you, where, no matter what came your way, whatever experience that you have had from your days of, from your younger days, that still didn't kind of satisfy. There was some part of you you may have felt that didn't really get satisfied by the mundane world and the worldly pleasures. So, for different reasons, people turn to religion. For different reasons, people turn to finding something kind of almost beyond themselves, isn't it? But, all that what gets realized through our gradual understanding of this Dhamma is that there is a sense of a feel that of the futility of this world and the futility of this existence. It is a very rare thing for those who can get that feeling, because 99.9% of the time the entire world, entire societies, countries, communities are going in the direction of everything being real around them, isn't it? The world is real and they don't realize that everything is a taught concept. But for them, they've been born to a world, they've been born to a family. These are their parents. This is where they go to school. This is the neighborhood. This is where the house is. Or I live in a cold country. I live in a tropical island. And in my country, they speak several languages. All these things become quite rich, quite the accepted norm, isn't it? And it is always to an existing world that one considers that one was born into. So because that is the way we learn it, isn't it? In the conventional world, there is a record. When you are growing up, your parents would say, oh, you were born on such and such a day, here are your siblings, and on the day you were born, this thing happened, that thing happened for such a special day, and so on. So then even in the classroom, you learn about pregnancy, birth, and so on. And then, so all these things, they continuously become true. The fact that, you were born in a mother's womb and then you grew up from an infant days to a toddler, and then from a toddler to a young child who then, and so this is the way the life spins its big yarn. It is a big yarn, a big tale. And right from the beginning, the learning process that every child goes through is a method by which various types of perceptions are absorbed. Because if we go back to think about how this whole worldly perception occurred, all this occurs due to the speed of vibration occurring in each of our different senses. So if we don't have eyes, we won't get the manifestation of light by this vibration that is happening in the eye, telepathizing with a similar vibration outside. Because light, or as we call it, only gets manifested or created if there is a vibration in the eye. If, for example, there is a deformity in the eye, or there is a complete blindness, then to that extent, the perception of light would change. If one is blind, then there would be no perception of light whatsoever. The telepathizing does not happen. Why? Because the vibration that is required in order for it to telepathize with any other similar frequency vibration does not exist on this side. So if there's no vibration, there is no form. We have heard of the term Panchaskandha, or the five aggregates, as they call it, which is vibration, number one, obviously in his field, in a very intellectual and in whatever in that speed of vibration that telepathizes in order to form light. In the same way, the ear vibration, if the vibration doesn't happen in the eardrum, then there is no sound. If there is no vibration in the tongue, then there is no sensation of taste. Nothing whatsoever. And they scramble back to put and these things are put together through this whole construct of the mind. It is a mechanism, but right from the beginning, just like data was put in the wrong manner, and it was conceived into becoming a thing which is called the tree, a thing which is called the mother, a thing which is called taking the garbage out. It is a thing that is called want to go for a walk in the morning. So walk in the morning, do a task out there. All these things are taken through perceptions. And what are perceptions? That combinations of color, sound, touch, taste, and smell in different combinations. Different thoughts come about. And this wide and varied world that we think we are encountering, depending on where we are and so on, is only just a mind construct. Because, for example, we can walk along the pathway or walk along the road on the pavement, and then maybe come across a little thing, come across a little point where so the vibration that we were talking about, it is due to the vibration that these basic sensory perceptions get manifested. And then with those sensory perceptions combining, that what is encountered becomes the chair, becomes the teacher, becomes the school, becomes the parents, becomes the school bag, becomes what you take for school, becomes your homework, and so on and so forth. So gradually, from the time the child is, say, around Montessori age, this whole thing has got more and more complicated by the fact that every perception that has arisen from the childhood days, instead of understanding the reality behind it, instead of understanding the truth behind it, which is that it cannot provide an experience to anyone beyond what is stated on the shelf. So if there's something, that means it has been taught, and it is almost like raw data, where something has been given a name. It's always a combination of form and sound, or taste and sound, or touch and sound, and so on. It can only cause stress. It can only cause various types of representations, which we call perceptions, and then arising from that due to the speed of vibration, one gets the feeling that this world is continuously existing, made up of what? Made up of the chair, the table, the teacher, the school, and so on. So the radiant mind that the baby had in the days of the cot, what happens to that? That gets gradually clouded more and more. And to that extent, this project, to that extent, this has been a great deception. So in terms of when we think about perception, every facet of our lived experience is a perception, isn't it? We get up from bed and we go and brush our teeth and have a shower. From the time we even to, pick a dress from the closet, then get dressed, probably have breakfast, and then go get ready, finding your shoes, finding the socks for it. Every one of these things has had a place in this teaching process, the learning process. Again, I should emphasize that there is no set physical place, but this is almost a virtual reality where automatically on a weekday, for example, one would get up early. There would be either there could be a thought also who gets up early, and it depends on who it is. So this is what this is how the perceptions occur. So from the time one gets up, there is a brushing of the teeth, there is the making of a cup of coffee, there is getting ready to go to work. Then there is getting ready means you will either take your handbag and put your keys and house keys in it. You will proceed to pull out a pair of shoes from the closet maybe, and then you will proceed to wear the shoes. Are you actually, in most of these cases, are you actually thinking about the fact that you're doing any one of these things? Do you think when you're tying up the shoelaces in your shoes that you're thinking that, oh, I should be tying up the shoelaces, tying up the shoelaces, tying up the shoelaces? No, you're not. These are just mental pictures that have once been created during, say, your childhood or at different times, periods of time in your life, which is that perception that is telepathizing in this moment. It is not a perception, it is a perception in the form of a vibration, which is why when something is being done here, it automatically synchronizing to that whole perception, and automatically the mind body would then act accordingly, and these tasks are done almost automatically. This is what we call the action mind. Sorry, it won't be the action mind at that point, but the mental pictures occur. And these are things that are done without any volition, without any actual overthinking. But what do we think? We think that, oh, actually, I'm doing this. I'm going to work. I'm taking the best dress that I can from the closet. And I'm going to wear this today because I have a meeting today. And then you might think about it and put on a necklace as well. And then you will put your shoes on and so on. But each of these aspects are, can you see, considered very, very real, which is why it is so difficult for anyone to be able to sometimes convince those in the mundane world that there is really no thing in this so-called world to take as real. But can we actually stop that whole process working at the time when that learning process starts, whether it is in the Montessori days or the teacher did it, we don't know. The analysis will come later when the truth is understood. So basically, in this cause and effect Dhamma, the vibration and the sheer speed of it occurring in the eye retina or in the eardrum are the things that cause a smile, the things that cause various objects, persons, and things that make this world to be real. But if one understands the truth and sees through this step-by-step way the mechanics of the mind work, then the whole thing starts unraveling. What one actually got caught up in a bit of a cobweb's web, not knowing how to unentangle oneself from this thing, because all one actually feels is arising from a thought process. Even the whole notion of some kind of sleep, I don't know, whatever it is that was sent, is arising from that vibration. The vibration can get split depending on the sense faculties into light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. But eventually the combined occurrence of that means it's a vibration, and from which then arises an existent field made up of all those worldly objects and a sense of I being born. So the greatest deception is this perception. And if you think about the 5 aggregates, the Buddha has long since explained the fact that these aggregates are also made up of basically nothing. The 5 aggregates is actually a concept that the Buddha put together in order to help convey this Dhamma to the masses. But unfortunately, today it is still not visible to that extent in a country like, it's not visible to that extent. And it is something that can be discerned by the constant reinforcement of the true Dhamma message, and also with the practical experience that is put in applying some of these core teachings of the Buddha. So Buddothpada explained this beautiful Dhamma for the last 5 years, trying to show mankind, the mundane world, a simple core message that the Buddha expounded 2,500 years ago, which is that this world, as we call it, is only capable of manifesting, or the sense faculties are only capable of manifesting a particular world only through these senses and only by the construct of the mind. There is no way that the world as we know it can be experienced from outside our sense faculties, and what gets perceived, what gets manifested, what gets created in it. Every thought, if you analyze, every thought is made up of the same thing. Every thought is either a combination of form and sound, a combination of taste and sound, a combination of smell and sound, a combination of some kind of bodily tactile sensation like heat or cold or solidity. So if one looks at the thought The thought is always made up of a perception, which by itself is made up of nothing but a vibration. Because we know that it is vibration happening at speed that gives rise through our sense faculties to the notion of light, to the notion of sound, touch, taste, and smell, and so on. And behind every vibration is an underlying power. It is that power behind the vibration that gives us the notion that something is there. And it doesn't happen in isolation, right? The vibration occurring in the sense faculties is happening at sheer speed. When we think about the five aggregates, that is form or rupa. And if you think about it in the Sinhalese terminology, rupa actually means in the Pali canon, rupanya. And rupanya means actually vibration. So what happens? What happens is the vibration that is occurring in the eye telepathizes with, if it telepathizes with another similar vibration, then a manifestation of light occurs in this moment, in this thought, occurs in this consciousness. That is what we call the eye consciousness. Similarly, in the eardrum, if there is a vibration, then a similar vibration telepathizing in that moment will create the notion of sound. For the tongue, the vibration occurring in the tongue sensor, if it telepathizes, if it doesn't telepathize, nothing happens. If it telepathizes, is capable of giving the taste sensation. And so each of these things will then have a perception. For example, for the taste sensation, one would not keep saying taste, taste, taste. It would be, for example, the taste of pineapple, or just pineapple. You won't even use the word taste. Or you'll say Coca-Cola. Or you'll say what, a mango. Or, fish and chips. All these are perceptions that have been made up of that sheer speed of vibration happening through the sense faculties, and then getting combined into another vibration, which is called the thought. In other words, the fish and chips. In other words, the fragrance of flower. In other words, a bird. In other words, the tree. In other words, the chair, and so on. So where is this getting together, collating of data, or whatever you call it, perceptions in our world? Where does this happen? This is all in the mind construct. With the natural phenomena of the mind, that is a natural process. This happens just like the tree takes the nourishment through the root system, uses the sun to grow, and provides fruit, and there's a blooming of flowers. All this happens, but then do we actually impose a self on the tree? A self-perception on the tree? We don't. But it naturally, there is a system within which the tree grows, the tree develops. In that like manner, even for mankind, there is the system. There are necessary reactions to vibration, and in that manner, just like a system, the light occurs, the sound occurs, the taste occurs, the touch occurs, and so on. As long as the sense faculties are working, these things will manifest. And if it manifests, if it comes into the focus in that one thought, that is actually with a name. The sensation has a representation, and that symbol or sign about that sensation is what we call perception. which is the third one, the third aggregate. But in the fourth one, the formations happening at speed, that is where it's not necessarily a single vibration, it is a series of vibrations happening at speed. And we talked about one vibration having an underlying power. So imagine having two people in the house. Sometimes people have bigger families, like 3 and 4 bedrooms. So it's like, even to that extent, it is a construct. But if we think about animals, the construct of a world for them can be quite different, depending on the sense faculties that they possess. What gets manifested to their senses and to them is quite different. For example, the bat is a classic example we give of having night vision, and who can get about through the use of almost radar-like vision. But then with that different type of perception, that is the world of the bat. And the same way with the bee. The bee also can see things in a rectangle, in an octagon kind of shape. That is the way it discerns the world. And because of that, one finds that all the bee type of, the wax, the honey that is being taken, the hives are also made in that like manner because of that same octagon kind of shape that pretty much makes up its world. So every animal, every creature in this planet, including so-called God concepts that some people hold on to. If you really want to go and worship a deity or God or something, that can be done as a ritual. But in every other way, what needs to be understood is that there is only one thought and one thought alone. And yet, it is so difficult to rationalize this. It is so difficult to give room for this thought process to work, to understand how the mind works, and then to see through this whole farcical nature of the mind. The construct of objects and persons in the mind is unbelievable, because it is a mechanism that has to be probed into deeper and deeper in order to find out how does this whole thing come about. Is there anybody doing the doing? Is there anybody is anybody is there an identity at all? There isn't. But what happens with these worldly thoughts becoming real, and then they are learned, and then what happens? The whole world around them, made up of these objects, becomes real. And when an object becomes real, a stimuli becomes real, the I or the sense of self also becomes real. That is where the existent feel, the feeling that this world exists, then transcends to the point of giving this alive feel. This alive feel is the feeling of being alive, the wanting, the object, the desire for an object, the craving and the delusion. Because the more an object is considered to be real, the more value that is attached to it. It can be through the form of clinging, or it can be through the form of aversion. And it can be even, just day-to-day activities, day-to-day things that one actually does without even thinking, involuntarily. But is basically a reaction to perceptions. Take, for example, that it starts to rain. If you really have to step out, you will automatically reach out for an umbrella, isn't it? Now, why did you reach out for an umbrella? It's just raining outside. But you have this notion that if you go outside in the rain without an umbrella, that you are going to get wet. So who or how did that sign or symbol or perception come? The concept of rain. The concept of rain means water. It means that one can get wet, one can get drenched. All this is learned, isn't it? You find children in their very, very young days who don't even have any kind of thought of this nature whatsoever. Children, as you know, are so free, so carefree. They don't have inhibitions. There are no fears. You can remember perhaps how, children, toddlers particularly, when they are in their crawling stage of their life, they go around and they, even pour fingers inside plug holes. And parents have to be very careful in that period of the child's life, because it has no notion that it is a plug hole or a plug point or whatever it is. It doesn't know any concept whatsoever called electricity. It doesn't know anything. It's just going around, and then if it comes across an object, even if it is a little creature like a snail or not those cockroaches, those crawly fellows, even those fellows, you'll see babies playing with them. Sometimes they might even, pick it up and put it in the mouth, because they have absolutely no idea what it is. So to that extent, this mind has been, we can't actually call it the mind, but the baby, that is why we refer to it as the baby having the radiant mind, because it is free of all these learned concepts, free of these thoughts, free of these perceptions, which is nothing but a representation of some kind of sensation which occurs purely due to the speed of vibration, nothing else, absolutely nothing else. So the whole thing is almost like a production. That is why R.N. Vahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, has said so many times, and it has become we've heard it so many times, where he says that this whole world is like, you're living in a film. Because everything is like a production. Everything is a production, because the production is from the mind. Things that are not there, things that are getting manifested, are then turned into something else, turned into a story, turned into names, objects, labels, to the point of differentiating one from the other. But fundamentally, what happens? Even if you call it the teacher, the mother, the society, patriotism, Sri Lanka, sports, soccer, Winter Olympics, whatever you call it, these are all learned. And how does this become a perception? How does this become a thought? It's just a combination of those earlier 5 basic sensations arising from the sense faculties. Nothing else. Because, as we said earlier, there is absolutely no way that an external world or anything outside these senses that can be felt or experienced. If something gets created through these sense faculties, that is all that can be experienced. So the baby in the carefree days of childhood would run free, sometimes, running around with probably the diapers, bare-bodied, and then has no sense of shyness or embarrassment whatsoever. Very carefree, happy with the little simplest of things, and with the most innocent of smile. But what happens to that radiant mind? And as the child gradually grows older, this so-called teaching process, the learning happens. And in that learning, only the perceptions start to become a thing, start becoming real. And with that learning, the accumulation of form and sound, combination of taste and sound, touch and sound, and so on, or a combination of more than two at any given time, will then generate the thought, which is the chair, the mother, the father, and so on. Even the sense of colors, even red, blue, yellow, and so on, are also learned. Again, arising out of the vibrations occurring in these sense faculties, which then combine to form the color red, combine to form the color blue, combine to form the concept of a frock, a chair, a table, and so on. So this pure Dhamma and the pure truth that Lord Buddha exposed is to be able to understand this whole construct, because the more one understands that it is not real, the clinging, the desire, the aversion that is there attached to these objects, not being able to let go of your children or your grandchildren, not being able to forget about your dead husband or something about your parents and the things that you get so attached to, the gym that you go to, or the sports that you play, or your favorite record, your favorite pop star. All kinds of things. Some can be really significant big rocks, and some can be really little tiny little things like, this is your teacup and nobody else should be drinking from it. I mean, you don't go around saying nobody don't drink from my teacup. But the moment somebody accidentally say you have a guest in the house, and accidentally that person, say, gets up earlier than you and then goes to the kitchen and makes a cup of tea and takes a mug from the closet, a clean mug from the closet, and makes himself or herself a cup of tea, and then you wake up half an hour later and you go to the kitchen to make a cup of tea and to see he or she is using your mug. Now, you're going to feel it, aren't you? Because of such a basic thing that you have taken so much for granted, you have had no idea that that would also become a thing. But when it becomes a thing, there will be this heaviness, this kind of irritation that is that is arising from within you. Why? Because you consider that cup to be yours. You consider the cup as a thing. You, the cup is very much real, that it exists outside. It is your cup. You have been drinking coffee or tea in that cup for like ever and a day. There is a little chip on the top of the cup also, but still you don't want to give it up because you really like the cup. And so on and so forth. So that burning sensation, the heaviness, is coming from a lack of truth, unknowingness, ignorance, that these concepts, these objects, these persons that we have given names, labels to, which collectively we call the external world, is nothing but a construct. So not knowing that is ignorance. And when that stimuli, when that thing becomes a thing, that sense of alive feel, which gives rise to the self-perception, gets really perturbed, because to that extent where something becomes real, the person too is born then and there. It is not a birth that happens in the mother's womb, contrary to common belief, which in the conventional world people think that is so. But actually, this self-perception, this wrong self-perception, gets created or is born the moment a stimuli is taken to be true, a stimuli is taken to be real. So as long as the cup becomes real to you, then you are born in that thought itself. You are basically the cup. You are basically the stimuli, because you have identified yourself with that object. When one says one has identified oneself with an object, that means that person, that system has become one with the object, has become the object. So the Buddha said that, every time a thing is taken to be a thing, an object or a thought is taken to be a thing, the sense of I is there. The sense of I, me, my gets created then and there. And that is something that we have to really reflect through proper vidarshana practice and understand how is it that this whole thing becomes real. How is it that the light gets created? How is it that the sound gets created? How are these things which are only happening because of the speed of vibration then giving us a notion of chair, table, mother, father, and so on? The concept of rain. How do we think that rain is rain? Every one of these things is taught. Rain is also a learned concept. Umbrella is also a learned concept. The fact that we should not go out is also a learned concept. Or you could say that, oh, it started to rain and I'll wait a couple of minutes, I'll wait 10 minutes and go to see whether it ceases. So even that, sometimes you might not even voice it. But automatically, you're not going out. So these, as you can see, are all perceptions. And basically, we are living in a world full of perceptions. As we mentioned earlier, when you get up from bed and from the point that you take a shower to the point you brush your teeth, brush the teeth. So brush and teeth, shower, tap, water, cup of tea. All these things have been learned. And then what about the activity? The going to the bathroom, the going to have a shower, the taking of the toothbrush to the hand, the automatic opening of the tap, and so on. And then the feel of cold water in the hand, and the running of water through the fingers. All these things, there are mental pictures that are there and that are entertained. And with these mental pictures that have been all learned, all have been learned through reinforcement of light and sound, and touch and taste and smell in varying combinations. So the act of brushing the teeth, the act of showering, the act of taking the soap and rubbing all over the body, the act of washing again with good water, the act of reaching out for the towel, the act of knowing that the towel is the thing that is used to dry oneself, and so on and so forth. So every one of these things is learned, which is why Aryan Vansa says to us over and over again, you're living in a world of perceptions. This world is nothing but a world of perceptions, and perceptions alone. But the danger with all this is when you take the world to be real and these objects become real, then there is a world that exists outside. And the moment the world exists outside, one gets this alive sense of feeling. The self-perception is born. The self-view is superimposed at that point. And then everything that happens becomes in relation to you, isn't it? Nothing exists unless it is in relation to you. I mean, even if you don't do anything, you can say, oh, I just heard that on the radio. I just watched that on TV. So everything that is seen, again, not overtly sometimes, but there is an almost, what's the word? There's almost like a subconscious noting that, I remember that from the news like day before. Or somebody said something in passing, and whilst it was not that important, you can still remember what that was. So all these various types of symbols, perceptions, make up this so-called world of yours, and then the system that you call yourself. It is just a process. You might be wondering why it is called a system, because the whole, how do you know that you're alive? Because you have the feeling that you're alive. There is a sense of feeling that you're alive. And where does this sense of feeling come? It's coming from this sense of faculties. It's coming from what gets vibrated in those sense of faculties and nothing else. So the more one understands that, one can then delve deeper and deeper into the process of understanding even the light, even those basic perceptions. How did they get created? And what are the factors that are required for those to manifest themselves? Because what the Buddha taught is the law of cause and effect Dhamma. Not this, the theory that was prevalent even at the Buddha's time of the karma and the karma effect law, but rather the law of cause and effect. So it is easy for people to follow or accept the way the 3/4 of society is moving towards, because it's easier that way, isn't it? You don't need to think too much. You don't need to reflect too much. This is what you were taught in the classroom. Everybody, your friends, your family, they all say the same thing. Your aunts and uncles endorse what your parents say. You were born here. I was the aunt that looked after you. Or, you had so many siblings. And then when you were growing up, you were really mischievous. Your aunt laid that to you. All these things are there. All these things become real. But with this gradual understanding of this whole process, the way it works, the theory, or if you take it as theory or Dhamma knowledge, initially it might be so. Initially one has to understand, it's not easy even to understand the Buddhist philosophy. because this world that we thought was existing outside is now going to be a complete falsehood, isn't it? By listening to this true Dhamma message, there is a gradual dawning in this system that actually all that was associated was a perception. All that was created in this world are nothing but labels, names, and so on that have been brought together to be able to save. And that by itself is ignorance. So the ability that something can be provided in order to save that object, to enjoy that object. So for the enjoyment and for the excitation of that object that is being collected on this side. And with that enjoyment is the self gets propagated more and more. The ego gets fattened up as well. And the duality is very much there because of the wrong belief. The duality gets created. Because if there is nothing in the thought, then, that's it. That is the greatest of discoveries, that, there isn't anything static called the mind. And the thought itself that occurs in this moment is just an arising and a ceasing thought. Nothing else. And then you probe further into the thought. What is exactly the thought? The thought itself is a combination of light and sound and touch and taste and so on. So that is the sound. This is the light. And this is how it's made up of. And that underlying power that is in the vibration, when occurring through the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, tongue and touch consciousnesses, etc. These perceptions can be considered quite real. One has to then get on to the practical side, because the theory can do only so much. The theory, however, on the other hand, combined with the practical side of things, can make enormous inroads into understanding this true Dhamma. And to understand the true Dhamma, there has to be three types of wisdom that awakens within oneself. The wisdom of seeing past minds by being able to analyze an object occurring in this moment and considering how did that object come about? How did I know that a baby is crying? How do I know that particular incident that happened? By understanding this, one would then realize that actually this whole notion of self or self-concept also occurs only in that same thought. If you thought about the beach, then in that thought itself, the I is unknowingly being bought. And by continuous reflection and application of the practical experience with the 4 points of contemplation, there is a gradual understanding that this outside world that was considered real for ever so long is actually not in the world. There is no such thing, and is basically made up of nothing. There is a perception, and these perceptions then kind of run the show. It's like a film. One can act in the film, but the engagement with the film, the engagement with the life, and with the gradual understanding of this process, the underlying power that is there by making objects to be real starts fading away. You get about your daily life, you get about your chores, and even the smallest of things. Or you should say that it's the significant things, or you could say everything in particular manner. They also start becoming less and less important. The value that was attached to various norms, practices, family, community that you live in, various things that you have held near and dear to you or had an aversion to, start dropping away in importance. And this is where the defilements and the gradual fading of the defilements happens. The more the reflection is there, the more the practical application is there. And seeing that and being able to practice diligently, there are there's quite a lot of help in Sri Lanka where you can even go to a monastery and follow this program where the Dharma philosophy is explained at the beginning. And then one is explained the point of meditation. And then that realization gradually starts occurring. When one sees the law of past minds, that clarifies and clears any semblance of doubt whatsoever. And all that is then the self-perception and the value that has been given to it gradually starts fading away. And with the self-perception fading away, and it is of course, mind you, and needs to say that it doesn't happen overnight, can only happen through a long and digestive system. But more one realized that there is no self. There was no self in the mind because there is no such thing called the mind. There is no such thing called the sense of self and this existing persona, shall we say. That understanding brings a great sense of tranquility and peace, which by and through the gradual failing of the defilements, take that gradual fading of the defilement, the tranquility continues to emerge to form the inner transformation. And in that inner transformation, to the extent that an object doesn't become real, there is nirvana then and there. Not after death, not after any other kind of experience, which is out of body or to this world or so on. Nirvana is actually only if something has become a thing. And if something has then realized not to become a thing purely because there is no such thing called the thing, then this Dhamma is well understood. The points of contemplation would assist greatly in this endeavor. Because again, as we said right at the beginning, theoretical knowledge can only take you so far, but it won't help with the realization of the Dhamma, because the realization comes through practical experience and not from the mind. Because one can get stuck in the theoretical side because it is acquired like a theoretical subject, but a whole different perspective has to arise then. And seeing through this whole mechanism makes that underlying power to gradually dissipate in significance, in value, and become zero eventually, which in other words we call non-vibration, or the ultimate state of nirvana. So it can be experienced in this moment, but the objective in Buddhism is to make that state permanent. To make that state permanent, there is not anything that one can do, because then that would amount to an overt action, and the concept of you and the self wanting to do something, wanting to achieve something also becomes true. But there has to be the proper eye, the wisdom, eye of wisdom has to be open to be able to navigate the portals, to be able to then see that even if, and to go by the field. And even by going by the field, if there is any kind of notion of vibration, then there is no non-vibration there. But you can't think about it and eradicate it. You can't think about it and extinguish it. It is something that has to arise from within. The fact that the field, that nothing exists, but the fact that one can feel also then starts slowly fading, and then when it completely fades, there then, Dhamma friends, is the Buddha. So the state of the Buddha is the fact that there is non-vibration. So we invite you to contemplate any of these points further, and through deep reflection and application in practice, daily practice, one can help realize the Dhamma, and not you, but the system will be able to then transcend the mind, transcend any kind of notion that there is a being here or a self here, in order to experience this non-vibration. Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
happens to the sensory functions, and until the last breath, they will be working as normal as all good, because we all know that nothing happens, because it's not like having dementia or anything. It's not like having all your abilities are vanishing, nothing like that. So all the functions, all the abilities you have, if you are a mathematician, you will know all about that. If you are a kind of a whatever the aspects that you are good at, you will be still good at them. It's just that the burning part will not be there, but the sensory part will be still working. That was the thing that he was trying to say. So you still see, you still hear, you still feel the temperature, solidity, liquidity, you still feel them, you still taste really well, you smell really well. Actually, what happens is you are able to feel them as best as ever, rather than without the burning. That's what he was trying to say, that he was trying to actually clarify or bring it up so that we don't mistakenly say anything, because sometimes we can misunderstand. So does an arahant not feel? No, he feels the best. Actually, he feels everyone. So imagine someone comes to the Zoom and talk, you can feel them. Someone comes and sit down in front of you asking, is suffering, trying to feed us. Okay, if I grow bigger, I'm going to earn some money and be a rich man. So it's a definite.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, even that, the Abhisankarana thing about how it multiplies is also quite apparent in the social media with children, isn't it? The bullying that's happening and how it drives them to suicide.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
anyway, any aspect of
anything, that's just an extreme example.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, and I have heard just another bullying kind of person keep telling, you're not worthy, you're suitable for dying. It's such a, I don't know how people come out with these words even. I mean, young children. I don't know actually. I can't comprehend how these things, but I'm telling a truth. I'm telling from my own experience of people come and talk to me, and that child came because she was bullied at school, and I asked how, and then there were ideas that one of the other bullying girl was repeatedly telling that. So someone is repeatedly telling, when Joel asked yesterday, someone told some stuff and it hit him hard. Imagine a 14-year-old girl getting told by someone that you're suitable for dying. Just imagine. Even Joel is struggling. How about a 14-year-old? How can she understand this, all this, how the mind works? Nothing. They just like dumbfounded, and they can't comprehend what is going on, and they finally start believing that word. That's how actually the that power of manifestation, I would say. That's really weird. This suffering is really weird, actually.
I mean, that law of manifestation or visualization is all part of that law of attraction, but fundamentally what it means is there is still something that they want to, that they're desiring, no? That is why they're visualizing it so that they get it, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's all related to the vibration, not the non-vibration.
Yeah, so they're thinking positive thoughts in order to attract whatever it is which they think is out there somewhere.
But because they don't know that actually if there is no vibration, you get it anyway.
Yeah, I actually read an article recently also, just skimmed it, saying that the law of visualization also has broken down. I mean, it was a big thing in the last few years,
It will
wasn't
definitely
it?
break down.
Yeah, so I think whoever it
Because
is,
no one
people have
can
also
stop
realized.
the dying even.
Yeah.
Just imagine, I will not die, I will not die, I will not die. Where is the law of attraction now? So there are caveats everywhere, isn't it? Yeah, it's but interesting that volitional formation only bring up your that burning power up. That's all. So you will actually have stuff or not have stuff. You will be craving for this alive feel anyway, because if you have a lot, you'll be craving for them as well as the life feel. I mean, we can't even understand that we are craving for a life feel, let alone the life feel we are craving for. The milk toffee on the table. Just for an example, we are craving for the milk toffee on the table, but we can't realize that we are actually craving for this alive feel. Craving is in such a deep level. So when we understand this Dhamma, Joel, actually you kind of can't crave for the milk toffee on the table. You might taste it, but you will keep understanding. It's just a perception. We discussed that yesterday. Where is the milk toffee? But as far as you actually believe that there is a milk toffee in or feel that these thoughts are real, suffering is there. That's all. Yeah, suffering is there. You just keep understanding that. And no one likes suffering. It's just that due to ignorance we are suffering. As soon as you come to know this, who will like to suffer after knowing that this is what brings all the suffering? Because at one moment or another, definitely you know that there is this body, this system is going to stop. Whether you are 100 years of age, whether you are 8 years of age, whether you are 50 years of age, it doesn't matter. So you have a good understanding about your normal life too. You have common sense. You know that these things are bringing suffering. You know that the illness, you can get any illness. Tell me about it. You can get any illness. So the suffering, you grow older. You would like to be like 20-year-old your form, but you can't. Even though in your mind you are trying to act as your 20-year-old, you're not. So the body is aging. The system is aging. Not the mind, but the system is aging. So law of attraction, what has it done? Only law of attraction or whatever has brought is suffering, because we are trying to maintain our body, we are trying to maintain the everything around us, so that everything will be good, because we are scared about the bad. We are so scared about the bad, we are trying to maintain everything good. So we struggle a lot. We have to have some amount of money. We have to have, it's okay to have money. It's not a big problem, because we need to feed our children. We need to do our responsibility. But if you question yourself, are you actually doing it because of that? Or because you crave living yourself? Because you believe that you are living, isn't it? What do you think, Suramika?
All that is to sustain that underlying feeling of being alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the basic thing. You know, I told once that I was thinking that everything is, you know, all my defilements must be around kids. But, you know, it's not true. When you go deeper and deeper, you understand, you just like being alive. How? Due to the ignorance, due to the vibration, due to the feel. And what do you feel? You just feel the sensory organs, but you feel like you are there. That is the burning we are talking about. That's what Aranwansi also was trying to point out. We don't lose the sensory organs, sensory function. When you keep understanding this Dhamma, that burning goes away, or that additional power, or the power which gives you the ability to suffer. So if you want to actually win the death, you just have to understand that you have never been living. Actually, you have to become that. It's really beautiful Dhamma, isn't it, Sharanka? Yeah, I think it's very good questions, and because all these are actually naturally happening problems. You know, when people talk about consciousness, because I know a lot of you know, scientists, everyone is moving forward towards that. They think it is the universal thing, but it is kind of a universal thing. But there's a universal thing than that. Actual universal thing is the non-vibration. But what actually difficult to understand is that there's no non-vibration as well, because when there's no power, you can't talk about a vibration, and when there is no vibration, you can't talk about the power, and there's nothing to talk about. In the sense, there's nothing to feel. So then you can't really talk about non-vibration, because it's not a new feeling. That's the thing. It's not a kind of a new feeling. It is, you will keep feeling the sensory function, but there's no another kind of power. It's just absence of power, absence of burning, absence of raga, dvesha, moha, absence of a life fear, so that you will never fear death also. Because we didn't have this, only we were fearful about death, and we were planning to go somewhere after death. We were just imagining stuff, you know. I would like to go here, there, you know. Someone will say, oh, no, I'm going to be born as a human, and I'm going to, you know, have the same girl forever. I mean, I'm taking these things from the movies, you know, they say that. People might even think like that. Who knows? Actually, maybe thinking that I love you and I will be with you forever. And actually, it can be a volitional formation, as you know, because that is the kind of craving that person is going to have. But this suffering is never going to end. We all know as adults how much suffering we have just to maintain food on the table. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, this talking about this volitional formation, the experience that you were explaining about somebody who was being bullied at school, and also the same experience that Joel was trying to sort of get rid because that wrong sort of advice that he received from a so-called counselor. Actually, what we have to understand is that these thoughts which are coming again and again is not a continuation of the not a continuation of the process. It's always a fresh thought. It's always a fresh spark which comes up, but due to the ignorance, we feel that it is just a same thought which is surfacing time to time. But when you go deep and when you really understand this mechanism, then we find out that each thought is a fresh one, which has no connection to the previous one. But because of this volitional formation, as you all were discussing very beautifully, it has become so strong. It has been given such a value. It keeps coming. So then, because it's just another, the mind is another sensor faculty, like the function of the eye, ear. When they are functioning, there's continuous input, there's continuous stimuli happening. So in the same way, the mind is also another sensor faculty, where from the previous experiences, the thoughts are formed. And when this thought is, when this strong value is added, like this, what is described by this volitional formation or abhisankaranaya, the same thought can come up again and again very frequently. What we sometimes don't feel is that between two such similar thoughts, there are thousands of other thoughts coming up, which we do not even identify. Because the simple thoughts like walking or combing hair, maybe having a cup of tea, there are so many things happening because all these things are thoughts. And in between two such unpleasant thoughts, there's a string of maybe hundreds or thousands of thoughts coming up, which are not given any value at all. So we don't feel that they have come up even. So what we feel is that this thought is there always. This thought is somewhere hiding underneath and then coming up throughout the day. That is what the interpretation is. So when we understand that each thought is a freshly prepared one, where the sensor functions, the collective action of the sensor faculties, the 5 sensor faculties, results in this thought formation or each thought, then automatically the value or the empowerment given to that thought gets less and less. That is the only way to get rid of that volitional formation of this abhisankarane of the thoughts. So, what is generally done is that focusing to a different point, where, a person might go for a movie or meet some friends, listen to some music or something like that. Try to focus to something else, which is just a very temporary measure. But when you realize that each thought is a new one, each thought is freshly done one by this mind faculty or the mind sensor, then you become actually a non-judgmental observer of that. Actually, there is no observer as such here, but non-judgmental observation occurs automatically, and then that the power of that thought becomes less and less, isn't it?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, this understanding Dhamma, actually, understanding is one thing, and if you can feel this also, you will definitely feel in one stimulus that how this is the case, that at one point it's only one thought is also, you can understand. Because the breaking of this cycle also you can feel when the alive feel is gone. So what we call the start of the path is also at the same point where you feel the disappearance of the life field, but still maintaining all the sense of faculties. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma. And yes, Joel.
Another thing I was just thinking when Dr. Sakuntala was talking about the thoughts, when I read the book, it says about sihiya, awareness. So, in terms of awareness, can we come to can we just say, can I believe that if I someday or somewhere that I will be aware of this suffering and come out of it? Can I believe that?
Believe word is actually in the thinking process. So the we can believe anything. Believing is in the thinking part, but actually you have to feel this. So the feel starts like this, Joel. Like if you're asking about it, already you are feeling this Dhamma. You haven't felt the disappearance of the life field, but you're already feeling that the outside is not a big deal. Am I correct?
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Yeah, that's how you start. So you keep understanding. It depends on the level of how much you feel this Dhamma. More you feel the Dhamma, more you will feel the the less suffering you have. Like you feel the lightness of that because imagine we having 100 kilograms on our head, and it's like magically like 30 kilos less now, or kind of 50 kilos less now. Because imagine, Joel, imagine you kind of didn't know, and you, until your time is over, you heard about million thoughts from today onwards. If you didn't know Dhamma, if you get to know million thoughts, new thoughts, old thoughts, whatever, if you feel them as true, you know how much suffering it would bring. Because that's how the volitional formation works. Because someone says going to Mars is the most important thing in the world, and they actually try that. And another one says no, there's Titanic ship in the depth of the sea, saying that is the biggest thing in the world. And can you believe that there is some people trying to see Titanic ship in the floor, something like that? I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Whatever the thoughts coming up in this 8 billion people, and when you get to know that, you get craving for this, that, and is there an ending? There's no ending. People want to go to here, you want to go to moon, you want to go to Mars, you I don't know, maybe someone would try to go to black hole also, and with the attachment to see whether it will survive. That kind of extreme thing, because you kind of start to feel that everything is there, and you have to experience everything. If it is there, experience becomes important. So once you hear this Dhamma, 50% of your problems are over, because because you can't be deceived again, saying that this is true, that is true. Can you achieve this? Can you achieve this? You know, a child who is so light, children are so, they play beautifully. What happened to that Joel who was running around with so much happiness, no trouble at all, doesn't care what he wear, doesn't he care what he is eating, doesn't care, what is in the feet, what type of shoe. Sometimes there's no shoe, and doesn't care whether it's raining or heat. But now, how much heaviness we have. But then, as soon as you kind of feel this Dhamma, the first turning point is that you understand this innumerable, is that the word? Ananta, in the sense, is that the word? Is the word correct? Innumerable, I think.
Yeah, I think innumerable.
Yeah, that one. So that you can't number them. So there's so much perception that we can have. So once you understand this Dhamma, there's no way that anyone can tell you that there is this thing, would you like to achieve that? But once you have heard this Dhamma, you know that it's not actually out there, it's in mind. So that's how the Dhamma starts to make you feel lighter, because that's the starting point. And it doesn't stop there though, because you keep understanding that even that perception, okay, it is in the mind, yes, but even that perception is not true. It's just arising from the sensory, because there is sensory organs, it's just a production of sensory organ. Imagine, Joel, how much suffering would dissolve, how much lighter that would how much lightness that would bring, isn't it? So that's how the path starts.
Another thing, Doctor, I would like to ask you, like when you said this sensory faculties, you said you feel Dhamma, right?
Kind of,
Doctor?
yeah.
Yeah, if you feel Dhamma. So nowadays, like when I go for a walk or when I do something, when I catch something, I know the eye is catching it and it's an illusion. So I don't believe that. When ear catches something, when I listen to something, I know the sensor is working and it's the illusion. Like that book says, when eye pulls you to one side, you go to that side. When the ear pulls you to another side, you go to that side. When you want to touch something, you go to this side. So all these cravings have reduced in my life. And I could recognize all these illusionary things are coming up in the mind. And as you said, 100 kilos of weight has lost to, I think, 10 kilos. Thank you so much.
That's good.
I love it. And one day I want to be a childlike person without any worries, without any suffering, but just be that childlike person as always. As
Yeah,
the
but
book
Joel,
says.
there's a thing now. When you understand Dhamma, there is always someone who is wishing for that. We wish for that beautiful state. We wish for that, but in when you go deeper and deeper, you would understand that wish is also from that burning, and even that will be gone. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You know that when we crave for something, there is always suffering, and we now crave for the cessation of suffering. That's how it starts. That's fine, but we keep understanding even that is the kind of another form of this self vibration. And when you understand that, you kind of drop everything. It's like if you drop all the suffering aspects of your sensory organs, there's there's nothing to talk about, is there? Like, yeah, that's kind of the liberation it's an imaginary one when we talk about this, but this is something you can feel, Joy. And you are actually, that's what I'm saying. You are already in that path, and you just keep understanding. In the beginning, we have a kind of a drive towards that, and that is thinking that it's a better place. Cessation of suffering must be a better place. What actually, even that thought power is also going to go down. Did you get that, Joy?
Yeah, like that first time I told I had this floating sensation, and doctor, you said don't. It's just a thought. It will just fade away. After we ended the session, it just faded away. And I was thinking, where was that feeling going? Where did it go suddenly? Everything is just for it's like a spur of the moment kind of thing. Everything happens, and then it just fades away. So the more I realized that, actually I had a shoulder pain because of stress. It's not there now. I was healed. I'm not joking. I'm serious. And thank you for this, man. Thank you so much, Aryan and Manse. Thank you.
I think Aryan Manse has joined. Maybe is it time now? Oh no, we have kind of
We have about
minutes.
11 minutes, I think. Yes.
Yes, there on Sunday Aryan Manse. Actually, yeah. So this as that's why so I have told you, like, I heard this Dhamma a long time ago through YouTube randomly, and I have kept listening, and well, definitely there's like you said, definitely suffering is going to go down. At one point you will the craving and the aversion, how much it is going to go down, how much less you are delusional, you will start to feel this truth more and more. And even the craving for this Dhamma, or craving for this anything like saying, there must be some place like Nibbana, there's nothing like that. Actually, this is only cessation of suffering. So as you said, even the 10 kilo, the 100 kilogram, the minus 90 kilograms, is if there's any 10 less, 10 there, even that 10 is going to get dissolved with the understanding of that even the senses are just the sensory function will be there, but this power is from the delusional aspect of thinking that there is self. So beauty of this Dhamma is the tranquility you will feel, and other thing is you will feel the if the thoughts are not true, kind of whatever the thoughts, if you keep understanding these perceptions, this dream is not true, you might actually awaken from that dream, and you will feel that. And the being awakened from the dream is as you said, just has to be felt, and it's not that difficult if you can feel them. I'm not sure whether RMC is going to talk, but anyway, it's being very good to understand this Dhamma, the life pattern. When Dr. Sakuntala said the responsibilities haven't changed, but the suffering is not there. That is the main important thing. The responsibilities are still there. The suffering is not there. So sense faculties are working, but suffering is not there. There are few things that you wouldn't attend as normally. There are, the way you talk might be different because you won't indulge in, unnecessary talk because you're not trying to. It will just not naturally come. It's not something that you would stop. So you will naturally not harm anyone because you know that it's a perception. Anyway, you don't feel that because it's not there. When this self vibration is dissolving, whatever associated with that self vibration is going to dwindle less and less as well, because the anger, the fear, the shame, the guilt, the jealousy, what else, whatever the words you have, they are all part and parcel of the self vibration. So when the self vibration is going down, the whatever these words express, because these are the way the words are there to express some feelings. So these are going to not be there. And finally, what you will end up is with the feel, where you will feel every being, everything. So kind of you can help everyone, whatever the way they can, mostly from separating, helping to understand Dhamma. Anything else to add to that? I think, yeah, we
Yeah,
may.
just briefly, I thought of mentioning this. Joel mentioned about the shoulder pain. Now, any of these pains, now you said I had a pain. So that actually has two components now. As long as there is a physical body, we are bound to have discomforts and illnesses and pain. So that will not be prevented by Dhamma. But there is a mind component to any pain, where this pain is tagged or attached to myself. It's happening to me. That mind component is the one that you can get rid of. Then, actually speaking, you can tolerate the illnesses or the pains better when you understand this process. Isn't it, Dr. Gokila?
And also there is some pains which are brought by mental health. I tell most of the time, a lot of people, it's a vicious cycle. You are mentally down, whatever the pain is going to get like exacerbations, like it's going to be, if it is like out of 10 out of 1 pain, you will feel it like 10 out of 10 pain, because it's kind of, that's how it is. All the hormones are going to change. When your mind is so heavy, all your systems are going to change. All the hormones are going to change. It's all one way. But when the burning is less, we know this all the time. When even temporary burning is less, people love it. That's why they go for hikes, they go for meditation, whatever. People go for them because it's even temporarily that less burning is really good. But this is nothing like that. This is kind of we are not planning for any temporary. We are actually learning the truth so that the burning will anyway go away, and we are not trying to get rid of burning here. That's the beauty of it. We are not trying to do anything at all. You're just learning the truth. The ignorance is going away. That's all what is happening. So we are not putting so much effort into one thing. If you push too much effort, definitely there is suffering. So definitely there is vibration. But here, everyone is just trying to understand Dhamma, yes, but that's all. So this vicious cycle of the sensory organ field feeding the mind and bringing up the suffering is going to stop. So some problems are not a problem anymore. So imagine, one person one day talked about having claustrophobia in a Zoom meeting. So when you have claustrophobia, that person's worry was sitting on a dentist chair and feeling like can't breathe. But imagine you keep understanding them and you understand this life feel is the problem, and there is a state where there is no life feel as well. It's kind of, you're not scared to die anymore. I mean, it just happens. So okay, you get the feeling like you are going to suffocate because of the fear. Even if you get that fear is not there. You might feel it, but the fear part is not going to be there. That is the thing. So whatever happens, it's like a insurance which we never had before, isn't it? That's kind of an insurance that we never had before. And you say that it's kind of a bit artificial, but it's just an example. I think we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. So we worship our Lord with so much gratitude for sharing his wisdom with us and helping us. He released his wisdom through YouTube, and we thank all the Dhamma friends and especially Joel, who is asking questions so that we and even that even the question you asked that day, that experiences being personal, it's such a deep question. I didn't go much deeper, but I felt the depth of it, and it was so good to even though it is too much to go into that detail, that none of these experiences are personal. That's a beautiful thing to understand. None of these experiences are personal. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you, Doctor.
Friends.
it. So why we are understanding the truth? Because internal transformation is happening. It's nobody doing. No, it's a happen. It's automatically happen. You can experience it. You can't do that because who is doing? Somebody is there. There is no non-soul. Somebody is doing. He is there. How is talking about non-soul? That is why. It's an experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How these senses are creating? This sense creations is your everything. You haven't experienced without sensing. That's this part. It's normally guys, they are in the world. What is this world? Their own senses systematically. So it's a creating. The effort is your senses. Your senses given this lights, this type of 7 color lights. Your eye creation, eye is a sensor. And your sound, your ear creation is a sound also. Otherwise, your taste, smell creation, your nose is like a factory. It's a product. Your nose is a sensor. Yeah, it's a product. There's a process is there. It's a creating. Important this understanding is realizing very important. You know this the final what is the final one? You see the eye creating sound is the eye creating the picture is the product is okay. Is the ear creating is the sound is the product. The nose is creating the product. The effort is your systematically it's happening. Nobody is doing. Smell. It's a mouth also. It's a tongue given you to taste. Spicy. Otherwise, your body sensor creating is your feeling. It's a hot and cool, smooth and rough. This 5 sensor, one time is this present moment is okay. One time is okay. What you are looking is a chair. What is the sound is here? What is the pitch eye creating? What is sound ear creating? What is this smell and the taste and the body creating? These 5 senses creating one time. What is the sound? What is the pitch? That's why. That's together combining these 5 senses creating. The effort is a thought. It's a sixth one. So mind sensor. Mind sensor is this 5 sensor creating together. This effort is a thought. It's a mind sensor. It's a spark. It's a one spark. What is this example? Is the chair. Chair have picture. Chair have sound. Chair have smell. Smooth and rough. This your senses. given you to eye given to picture, ear given sound, and body sensor given the smooth and rough. You see, the kindergarten time, what's the teacher doing? Teacher given this picture and given sound, and you can touch, yeah, etc. Just a thought. That's a thinking word, the mindful word. That's why Buddha's word is there. Chittena niyati loko chittena paras. The meaning is you are living on your sensor, within your sensor. You are living, what is this word? Is your sensor given this word. That's why cause and effect. Dhamma, cause is the sensor, effect is together. No, together coming, the effort is the mind sensor. The five senses together coming, mind sensor is the effort. Otherwise, especially the thought how is coming the power is very important. That is why science is here inside. It's a mechanism. The speedily sparking happening, that's the mechanism is I creating the light. Otherwise, speedily sparking is a vibration. Eardrum like that. Is your ear creating your new to sound. You know, this one spark have the power. Because different in somewhere, the power is there. It's the Buddha's word otherwise. Majja Sutra. Yobante viditwana majjamantana lipati tambruhi mahapurusho seda simbali maga. It's a part, it's a Buddha's word. What the meaning is that the power somewhere different in power is there. That is why spark is meaning is different and is there. Spark. You know, that's the power is there. The example is something drop in the water, waves are there. How is waves are going? The power is there. That is that's why is waves is happening. That's something drop in the water. That's a spark. No, that's why power is coming. That is why different in somewhere. There's a power is there. North and south like that. There's a earth also. Like that, magnetic, no? Magnetic power like that. Different is there. Electric power also, you know, that's the how is coming electric power. It's rotating in the different ends, no? A huge magnet rotating, no? Why we are talking this power? You see this existent field. How is thought coming to power? No. You are looking the chair. You have field. Chair is existent field. Chair is there. How is that coming? That is why we are talking about power is there. Because something there, other side is someone is there. The existent field is there. Alive field is other side. That is why. Very important this understand. What is this alive field? How is alive field is coming? Nobody is doing. No one is doing. That's a Tripitaka is there. That's a Sela Sutra. It's talking about this. You also not doing. Nobody is doing. Systematically is happening. What is? Power is there. Existent field is there. Otherwise, alive field also there. So how is alive field? How is coming existent field? What is existent field? It's a chair. That is why. There's a power is there. You know, there's a power. After that, kindergarten time is happening this. It's the Buddha's word. Your eye is the word. Your nose is the word. Your ear is the word. Ear given you to sound word. No, I given this picture word. This sensor given you to this word. Your senses not working. You haven't a sound word because you are deaf. Your eye not working. You are blind. No, you can't see. So like that. This word is our senses. That is Buddha's word. Otherwise, Salata Loco Loco. This senses is your word. That's the meaning. This senses not working, you have a word. That's why. You also not there. Other side is world is you. It's very important. So, someone understood this. What happened? What is we are talking about internal transformation? Power is disappearing because you know this is not real. It's a thinking world. It's not real. After power is fading. That's why defilements are fading. We are talking. That's a Buddha's word. That's the Buddha. But what Buddha want to do? End in the suffering, end in the sadness. It's happening. No. How is this happening? Because you know the truth. Easy, no? Yeah. Dhamma is very easy. Truth is to be feel. Yeah. Truth is not to understand. Truth is to be feel, but truth won't understand. No? First, you won't understand. Second, you can feel it. Feel is the truth. No? Feel is the truth. Knowledge is not the knowledge knowledge is in your mind. Yeah, knowledge only in the mind. It's not truth. Knowledge can be changing. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Lord Buddha, yeah, what should the Lord Buddha want to do? How is liberate the mind? No? That's why it's very important. Yeah. How to awaken? Yeah, how to awaken this dream? Yeah, yeah. How to feel beyond the sense is very important. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, this is a freedom now. How after that is a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. It's coming final. No, yes, because someone understood the truth. He have a cage because no ego is there. He also not anywhere. Everything is like a nature because he know nobody is here. This is a system. It's a creating. It's very important this understand. That is why inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding one. That is why dependent origination very important to understand. First Dhamma discourses Buddha's one is Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra, is the Tripitaka is there. You can realize Buddha's word. What is the Dhamma? Dependent origination. What is never heard before Dhamma? What's Buddha explained, the 5 teachers? It's not concentration matter because 5 teachers already know that. This important thing is experience. I think someone won't find the truth. He's doing concentration meditation. It's okay because he won't experience. After he know this concentration meditation is not the way. Yeah, it's okay, calm and cool is calming, but it's not permanent. It's impermanent. Your posture is leg cross sitting and you are doing exhale and inhale and you are doing concentration meditation. At that time it's okay, but after you are wake up in the uh, bhavana, what happens? You are in the normal life. You are in the normal life. There's the defilements. Defilements are not gone. Defilement is there. How is defilements are fading? How is defilements? Oh, you won't stop in the defilements. How is that happening? Understanding. Understand is the very important. But you don't misunderstood. You don't misunderstand because understand only this process someone want first you want to understand, but it's not the final. Final one is the feel. What's the feel? You are understanding how is this mind is creating, how is this alive feel is coming. After you can experience your inside, is ego is fading. Defilements are fading, same this. That's why your inside coming tranquility is peaceful mind, calm and cool. Because nobody is here, you understand after what's happened is okay. You haven't any inside any pain, inside any vibration, not happening. That's why finally you have cool mind. Mind is normally is happening. It's okay. Thoughts are normally coming. You can't stop it. But thought power is disappearing. That's the happening. Understand now. It's very important. That's why inside meditation is understanding. But not enough understanding. You won't experience. Satyajnana is the truth. Is here. You will understand how is creating this. How is creating these senses? How is coming the life feel? How his thoughts are coming? Right vision is very important. After you can experience it. That's the truth. Buddha's word is Kruta. Second one. You can experience it. Nobody here. Everything is happening systematically. After third one is, that's the effort. Tranquility. It's very important this one. Joel, no? Joel. Yes, Joel, do you understand what I said? This experience is important.
Yes, Aryan. Thank you. I want to feel it more.
Joel, you are Christian, no? It's okay, it's no problem. This Christian or Hindu or Muslim or yeah, it's a religion, it's okay. This is not a religion, this is Joel, now I think you understand. Joel, what's your really problem? What's your really question? Your internal, what is your experience?
My experience is like these days, I am really calm and cool with myself because before listening to them, I was like getting angry for certain things and getting mad. But after following this, I think
Yes, I
I have,
you're talking about Joel angry.
yeah,
How long you are here in this Dhamma?
for I think 1 week.
1 week. Last week or no?
One and
Couple
a
of
half weeks I've been here. Yeah.
it's okay. What you are finding? You are finding truth. What you want?
I
Yeah.
mean, like that, you know, just to come out of the mind and live out of the mind without
Come
getting
out,
stuck in the mind.
come out of the mind and what are you talking? Come out of the mind and
Come
yeah,
out of the mind and come
yeah.
out of the senses and live in that, you know, nice feeling, peaceful feeling.
No, Joel. We are not talking about like that. We are talking liberation of mind. No. Who is come out of the mind? Nobody is here. No. System is working now. Do you understand what I say? We are explaining. Nobody is here. System is working. Liberation of mind. Freedom of mind. Nobody is come out of the mind because nobody is here. That is the Buddha's explaining. None of them. System is working. Nobody is doing. Minds is also systematically happening. You see, someone concentration meditation is doing. He won't without the thoughts, but it's not, he can't stop that because it's happening. No, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah, that is why. Otherwise, what is this? What I think is what is Christians? I think it's a Jesus. Uh, who's the Father? Who's the Son? Father is a nature. No? Son is a. We are the Son. No, that's a real Christian. No? Father is a nature. Who's the Son? Son is a. Everybody is a son. No, because Father is a nature. System is a nature. System is a nature. System is a Father. Is a who's the Son? Son is everybody's son. Yeah, who's after give after death? Someone happened death. After we are going, it's a nature now. That's why we are going to Father. So why we is a Christians are is doing Papa Charna is a birdie singer word is Papa Char is opening the everything everybody because inside everything is opening the no secret any inside. That's why nobody is here. That's why it's opening the everything. It's okay. Ego is disappearing. After no powers the thoughts. After what happened, that's the nature clause. That's why coming to the Father. That's a real Christian. No, nobody is doing this. Systematically is happening. But Jesus, no Jesus. It's a beginning. He's a ender, no? What's the word? He's coming to Himal. So 14 years age, I think. That's the concentration doing. After going back and he's talking about the truth. What's the truth? Because we are the son. The father is he's the father. Who's the father? Father is the nature. That's why we are the sons. So otherwise, loving talking about Jesus. What is the loving? Jesus talking about the loving. That's nobody is here, everybody is same. That is why it's a real love. It's asalvasita premakaram. It's a singular word. Is Buddha is talking about no, Jesus is talking about loving, loving to everyone. So after I think is first. I think is this is the I think is the my feel my feel is Jesus talking about the Buddha same Dhamma, truth. Jesus talking about. But people write in the book, various of books. Hindus are talking about the other book, Muslims are talking about the Quran, other book, and the Christians are talking about the other book, and the Buddhist guys also today also write in the book and talking about, but not the book reading here. The nature is the everything. That is the truth. I think religion is, I think, it's a fail. 100 years sometimes it's okay. Religion is over. I think it's the coming to truth whole world, because religion is a lie. It's not truth. It's not real, because it's a programming. Hindus are talking other programming, Muslims are talking about the other programming, one God they are talking about other one, but Christians are talking about the other program. Buddhist guys also talking about the other program. This is not a program. That is why truth is no programming. No programming here is a blank sheet like that. Nobody is here, no one is here, system is working. That is truth. Someone understood this, how what is this happening here? It's okay, no problem anywhere. Because nobody is here. Or nobody is here who's suffering, who's sadness. Nobody is here, no. Who have sadness, who have suffering. No suffering, no sadness. That's why tranquility is here. The system we want to understand is a system. What is the circle of birth? After death, nothing happen. Anything is not a truth. Someone is thinking after that everything is over. Everything is over. Someone's thinking, yeah, we don't want religion. Someone is talking about after death everything is over. I think it's not that's not the truth. You don't know the truth, because the science is here. Is a vibration science. We are talking about the how is talking about the waves, vibes here. Vibes is power. Power is over. Is a circle of birth is also over. But circle of birth is happening because vibe is here. It's like a waves, like a electric waves, like a the satellite waves is a TV waves, radio waves. Our phone also waves have like that. Everybody, humans. We are talking about 800 million, no, all world 8 billion, no, the humans. So they all of them have phones. The meaning is they have the numbers, phone number individually. The meaning is that that's a wave, no. Everyone have one wave. Everyone have a wave, no. Your number, what is your phone number? Everybody can call you because that's your wave. That's your number. This example is the phone number. But you know what I want to say? Does your mind also like this wave? This wave is systematically is happening. It's like a power. But power is disappearing. Your wave also disappearing. That's your end of the circle of birth. It's not happening. It's happening to everything. That's why we explain that because we have experience. We know that one is the happening here. That's why we are talking about that. We are not talking about the religion because religion is a Latin word. It's a religion after death. You are going somewhere. That's a religion. But Buddha's word is not that type of. Buddha's talking about that after death everything is over because you know the truth. Truth is nobody is here. You understood. It's a power is disappearing. It's over the wave. Wave have the power. That's why. It's not a religion here. It's a truth. The religion is we are talking about. Latin word is after death. Where are you going? The question is wrong. Why? Someone understood truth. You are not going anywhere because you are not also here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But wave is there. Yeah, that is you. That's your circle of birth. Wave is there. Power is gone. Wave is disappearing. After you are not anywhere. That's the truth. It's not a religion case. It's a truth. True Dhamma. It's not a Buddhism or anything. It's everybody is same. Everybody won't know the truth. Someone don't know the truth is like a blind. Otherwise, someone is talking. I don't want religion. I don't want religion. It's okay. You don't want religion. It's okay. But you are something happened to you. Fever or something injured or something happened. You don't like to death. You want to still here. Why? You are inside. Why? You want to still here because you are here. You are thinking, someone thinking after death everything is over. He don't know. He's talking. He don't want religion. But something happened to him. He don't like to death. He won't still here. But it's not happening. He's in suffering. He's in sadness. Sadness is there. Suffering is there. He's not ending the suffering and sadness. He's worried. That is why. The silly mind is very important. This truth. Someone understood this. Everything is happening in this present moment. You are thinking something. Future is present moment only the thought. You are remembering something is a history. That's this present moment only the thought. Otherwise, this present moment, one thought is here. Someone understood this. How is these thoughts are coming? That's your mind. No, that's your thoughts. How is coming? It's not real. Sound and firm together coming. That's the thoughts. Is power is sparking power. Is combined. Is coming this more power. Exists a field. That's the life field. Nobody is here. No one is here. After what happened? You are living only the 1 second. No? This present moment. It's not real. No pain, no anything. That's why I awaken to the moment. Because this moment is the everything happening. They're like you are wake up in the dream because something is here, something you have is a history or that's type of term. That's why tuning fork like that. Same spark is here. Today how is coming the chair? When you are baby, it's a chair. Now today also chair because it's the same sparks. Tuning fork, same tuning fork. Yeah, same vibrations. No memory or anything. It's a spark only. Every moment, every second, spark is happening. Only that part. No target here, nobody is here. So the experience is we want so we want to see our ego. Someone don't know he have a ego. He don't know how is talking about the nibbana. Ego is disappearing is the nibbana. Everybody have ego. Ego is fading. That's an ego nibbana. What's nibbana? Firing is fading. What's the firing? Is ego. Ego is fading. Is the nibbana. Nothing here any nibbana. Nibbana only the word. We are using this word. Fade in the defilements. Fade in the our ego. That's a nibbana experience. Nibbana is nothing, anything. You see, the material Patavi Apotejo also vibration no. That's why the light also waves no. Sound also waves no. Heat also waves no. Hot also waves no. Everything is waves. The meaning is vibrations, sparking. Speed is a sankara. Is a theory. That's the Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is for this how is life feel is coming on? Who are you? How is this world that someone understood? Everything is this spark. How much you have value, how much you have, oh, how much you have how much you want this world. You have how much you want this world. That's your ego. That's your level of ego because you are there. So your eye given you to a mountain, no sun, no moon, everything is your eye creating. And something happened to your eye, is you are blind, no? You think you are first time this world is coming, what's the date? That at that day also you are blind. Have you sun or moon? Have you earth? Have you galaxy? How silly. You know, insect have the world. Insect have on the Jupiter anywhere.
Okay,
Anything.
I found this on the web, but do you know how the world? Check it out.
What's that? Circus system is coming. It's a AI, I think. It's okay. It's unbelievable, no? This Dham is unbelievable. I know this many guys who were other religion have question because they are talking about they are in somewhere galaxy or universe or somewhere, but this Dham is not that far. That is why we are not talking about the religion. Religion is why they are talking about religion, because they are going after death somewhere. But this Dhamma is nobody is here. Who's going? This is not a religion. This is truth.
And after feeling this truth also, you can go to the church, you can light the candles, and you will be with your family, you will be doing everything, and there you are. You're not you. You just do that. The function of the system. That's fine.
Oh, otherwise, we are thinking this. This body is me. We are thinking. Death also thoughts. Birth also thought. So only the happening exhale and inhale is system. Nobody is here. What do you think about God?
Yes, sir.
Who have death? Who have birth? No death or birth is here. That is why liberation of the mind. Everything is. You have freedom. You are not in anywhere. That's a real freedom. Everybody is you otherwise, because you are not in here. Everybody is you. That is why Asal was into Premakaram is a Christian. Jesus are talking. Jesus, I love in Jesus. Why? I know he's a Buddha guy. Why? He's not a religion. He know the truth. Why killing the Jesus? Because he's talking about the real one. But after writing the book, it's not a Jesus one. Real Jesus is truth. He knows nature is everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. That is why he's talking of loving kindness, is because nobody is here, everybody is him. That is the real. That's the Buddha's word, no? It's the same, no? It's a real. Really, no religion is here. Truth is there, everything. I can explain Quran also. I can explain the Hindus also. What is the Brahman? Brahman made this word. Brahman is squirrel, no? Spring. Spring is the Brahman. It's a speed. Spring rotating speed is happening. That's the earth is coming. That's the material also coming. That's the waves, no? Is a Hindus are talking about Brahman. Yeah, it's a Brahman is the made this world. What is the Brahman? It's a nature, no? Who's the God? Who's the Father? It's a nature, no? What is religion? Every religion is fail. One is happening. Is everything is a system. You won't understand the system. What is the system? It's a nature. Is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. You won't understand how is coming thoughts. What's your thoughts? It's not real. It's not a Jesu, or it's not a Brahman, no, it's not anybody. It's a system. That's the word of real. That is why Buddha talking, nobody is here. I said Dhamma, if someone understood the Dhamma, he knows everything. Dhamma is the first. No? That's a Buddha's word, no, Kokila?
Yes.
No, Buddha is not a person. That is why. It's after
even that can be
becoming
misunderstood. Yeah.
After becoming a Buddha, Upaka asking the question, who are you? Buddha talking about, I'm not a person. Nobody is here. That is why. I'm not a god. Hey, Upaka asking, are you a god? No, I'm not a god. Are you a person? No, I'm not a person. Are you human? No, I'm not a human. Are you a Brahman? No, I'm not a Brahman. Who are you? Nobody is here. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nobody's here. Meaning is, Buddha word is, meaning is nobody's here. Jay, that's the real Dhamma. It's not a religion. I don't know. People in misunderstanding, people in misconception. I don't caring about it. Because I want the truth. I don't want any religion or anything. I want truth. I want telling that this human want truth. We are not a blind. Why we are not? Why we are in the blind? We want to explain the truth. Whole world, every humans. No religion is here. It's a programming. We don't want our programming humans mind. Why? Human mind, more huge mind is human now. They can't tolerate. That's why they are thinking after death they are going somewhere. Why animal have a religion? No more mind. Feel is only the feel. It's nice feeling, no. What you think about Suranga?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, very beautiful.
Yeah.
And the more and more, I think I remembered Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa, because even in the Buddha's days.
You can speak that English. I'm going with me.
So, I mean, even during the Buddha's days, the Prince Nanda also went in search of something. He thought he can gain something, and in the process, he listened to the pure truth and lost himself.
Suranga, someone know the pure truth? What is your board? Christian no, Buddha or Hindu or Muslim? That's only the board no.
Yes.
On the programming no. Wow, we are silly. No, we are not a silly. We can understand what is happening here. That's okay. Circle of birth is happening, misunderstood. Circle of birth is happening, misconception, guys. No. It's a mithya dushti. Yeah, it's a dushti is there. It's a power is there. What is this dushti? It's a
misconception. Yeah.
Misconception. It's a dushti, otherwise the power. It's a wave. That's a circle of birth. That's like a sirasa, like a dharana. It's a waves. It's a radio waves. It's a mindful waves. It's a chittaro waves. What is this? Waves. We can explain. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? It's a power. What is this power? It's a waves. Waves is not stopping. Yeah, it's a body is okay. Collapse is okay. One day it's a death is over. We are talking. Yeah, body is over. Exhale and inhale is the last briefing is here. It's okay. You don't know the truth. His power is there. Because he's thinking this world is real. The power is there. It's a waves. Like a sirana, that's a radio waves like that. They like the phone number like that, no? The wave is not stopping. Yeah, somewhere. This is telepathy. It's the same tuning fork like that. It's the same viber is there. It's okay. It's this one is a body is a collapse. It's okay. Other body is there. It's okay. That's a zygote is there. It's okay. Mom's zygote is there. The vibration is same is there as you. That's a circle of birth. How is this happening? It's a power. How is this power is gone? Yeah, it's a vibers. It's a waves. It's a system. This system we can stopping. How? Yeah, power is over. This system is over. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's a waves. How is there waves? Waves is there. His power is there. You are the power. Power is disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the real Dhamma. You can experience it. This is a tranquility. Yeah, it's a tranquility. Yeah, endless happiness is here. Why? Nobody is here. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. You can experience it. It's a wisdom. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka is Buddothpado. It awakened to the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. It's non-vibration. Yeah, non-vibration is we are talking. Yeah, you can experience it. I'm only the given the message only. You can experience it. You can find the truth. You can find the truth and you can experience. It's okay. You haven't done experience. It's okay. You left this. You leave this. It's okay. No problem. Because why we don't want to cheat anybody. We don't want to tell any lie. This is our experience we are talking about. That's why tranquility is there. You know, chair have power. That's you. You are not in the chair, this body. You are not in the mind. You are in the chair. Outside. Yeah. It's a power. It's an attaching power. How's telling this? Yeah, it's a consciousness. Buddha's talking about apatitita vinyana. This apatitita vinyana is the nibbana. He's talking about the power. Perception have a power. Consciousness have a power. Perception, how is converting the consciousness? Is the speed. Speed is vibration speed. That's why skanda is Buddha's word. Everything is skanda. What is this skanda? Is like a quantum theory. Is waves speedily happening. That's why is mirror is that's why is your how is talking about mirage, no? Is yeah, illusion is there. Someone don't know this. Is illusion is there. Something is there, illusion is there. Someone understood this. How is this happening? This like this lighting ball circling the speedily. Is circle is there, but not circle is there. But you can see the circle. How is circle you can see? The speed given you to this price circle. That's the consciousness. How is this combine this lighting ball rotating? Combined. How is this combining? It's a mind. That's why consciousness we are talking. Perception is this perception. How is becoming the consciousness? It's very important. It's a power. One is spark, have a power. It's very important. Majjhya Sutra. No spark here, no power is here. So power is here, spark also here. Power is disappearing, spark also disappearing. Vibration also disappearing. That's why. So power is an existent power, otherwise the life power. Life feel is an ego. Ego is disappearing, that's why defilement also disappearing. Same. His power is disappearing. It's the same. It's a zero, it's a power. It's you inside, you are in tranquility. Sometimes outside, rush is there. Many people is there, but you are in alone. What is this? Inside power is like that. Zero. That's the tranquility. That's the Buddha's words. Nibbana. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is happening. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Nisato, Nijio. That's Buddha's final word. It's okay, I think our time is now over, no?
It was so beautiful, Aranans.
Yeah. Because the truth is very beautiful. We can experience everything. what is the God talking about? What's the humans are talking about? God, I think it's a Joel. I think I realize Joel can because a thousand is Dhamma discourses is their single language also. So you can search what I say. What is the 31 worlds? What is the three worlds? Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Trilokanatha, Samma Sambuddha. What is how is Buddha talking about this three world winning? It's not anywhere. It's our mind. It's thought haven't power anywhere. That's why it's gold also is a our vibration is a not high powerful vibration is here. Is a world is smooth is here. Rough world is here because the vibration is huge. Yeah, power is there. Huge power is there. Ego is there. Mani, Makato, Atimani, Kukuro is a Buddha's word is so power is more than coming after death. You are becoming a monkey, but you more than ego is there. You are becoming not a monkey, a dog. That's why dogs, moms, I would have. That's you. Vibration is same. That's why it's vibration every time. It's converting every time. Vibration is uh, various of type of converting. That's why the spark, this vibes, not but same here happening every time. This vibe is changing, happening. That's why this 31 world we are talking about is very important. No.
Good morning, Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Let us begin by paying homage with deep gratitude to our noble friend and Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Having transcended personhood, he guides others to directly see the Dhamma within themselves, enabling an inner transformation that leads beyond the notion of self. Through this rare guidance, we are invited not to believe, but to observe and realize the truth through your own experience. For more than 5 years, he has tirelessly served by expounding over 12,000 sermons for the welfare of those seeking liberation. We offer our heartfelt appreciation for this compassionate effort to illuminate the path shown by the Buddha. May he be blessed with a long life and good health. Aibo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So, we've been talking about the nature of the mind, how the mind is created in this moment to moment, in one thought. When a single thought comes, it doesn't need some sort of an incident to give rise to. It could be some incident that happened a while ago. There's a thought, my mother or my brother, whoever hurt me. And thus, if you take inventory of the way you feel in that moment, if you are aware enough, you will see there's certain kind of a pain. And there's the thought that my brother hurt me, my father hurt me, my mother hurt me, whatever it is, or my ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend hurt me. And there's an underlying pain that you can clearly feel. And that pain, the thought that carries that pain is the one that labels that feeling as a pain. We talked about how thoughts are created and how underlying pain is created as that force that's underlying that vibration. Thought is like the manifestation of the vibration, and pain is like the underlying force that gave rise to the vibration. If you carefully examine this situation, you will see that what we call the pain became a pain because of the labeling, because of the idea that's given, because of the sound that's given to it, because of how the thought was entangled in the first place. There's an image of an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend or a mother, whoever who hurt you in that moment, and the underlying idea that hurt was given to me, myself, and a subtle image of pain, what it means to hurt someone. So this mental image is like a little snapshot of a movie or something. It doesn't have like fully blown colors probably. It's like there's like a subtle image against like a dark background or whatever. However your mental images are. So that mental image is a bunch of colors, which is like a reproduction that's created in this moment. Initial picture had probably more colors. It felt more vivid, more solid. But this is like a snapshot of it. Nonetheless, they're both colors created from the same source. That's what you need to understand and what you need to see. Not just understand intellectually, but examine it in the moment. Underlying pain became a pain because of the labeling. If not, it's just a feeling. And not just that, we also have another underlying idea. If you examine further, this kind of pain is not supposed to happen. It's not good. I don't need it. Therefore, not just that, there's pain. There's a conflict as to disliking, aversion towards that pain. These are very subtle mental conditions if you are able to observe within yourself. And not just the image of the ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, mother, father, whoever hurt you. The sound that's attached, my mother, my brother, whoever hurt me. Now, when I say my mother hurt me, it's words. Words is also label, but if we strip it down further, it's sounds. A bird wouldn't recognize it. If it came in a rap song or something like as part of the lyrics of that song, it wouldn't create any emotion. But because of this very specific way, but very particular way in which thoughts were created for you, now these sounds are able to create a mental pain. If you are able to see this, every time there's a pain, to deconstruct it to the sounds and images that they are, and if you can go further and deconstruct the sounds and images to the vibrations they are, here's the catch. Not just thinking these are vibrations and disregard them, but take a step back, slow down in that moment, and really observe how is it possible that they are just a bunch of colors? How is it that they are manifestation of vibrations? Because when the sermons are delivered, when these facts of Dhamma are being talked about, penetrating into these truths that are talked about is essential for that truth to appear in a situation. It's like clockwork. When you're in pain, some sort of a mental pain, if you're continuously practicing, it will come. Oh, these are a bunch of colors. Not as a thought, it will come as a thought, but there's an internal knowing, direct experience of that pain being deconstructed into its constituents. That is the path, not just thinking another thought about the pain. So this is where a lot of people get misled in the path, because they will be like, oh, I had some pain and I thought these are just bunch of thoughts. These are colors and sounds. No, it wouldn't help. It will be just another thought, another belief if you haven't investigated it within yourself, and unless it becomes your own experiential truth, it's just a thought. It's like this: if you have visited pyramids in Egypt, that's your own direct knowing. But if you haven't, you will be always talking about it as, oh, there's some extraordinary structures in Egypt called pyramids. I've seen some pictures and they're so wonderful, marvelous, and it's amazing how people back in the days created all these humongous structures. But it's not your own truth yet, because you haven't visited there. Similarly, if you visit your own thoughts in a non-biased way, without the angle of a self-observing my thoughts, but a very blank stare as to observe how thoughts appear and disappear and evolve and entangle into more thoughts, then that becomes your own direct truth, direct experiential truth. You do not need to examine another person's mind. You do not need a sample size big enough. There's some statistical significance, so you can do some calculations to get that statistical significance. Nobody can explain your mind better than you, because these thoughts were created based on where you were born, who you were, what kind of environments you've been exposed to, what kind of family, friends, relatives you had. No one has any idea what kind of thoughts you have, so you are the best. You are the best position to take account of, be the observer of your own mind. And if this unbiased investigation could be done, unbiased investigation, you have to look at things not as the self, but without any agenda, without any purpose, just to observe just to observe, not to come to any judgments. When you observe, there's always the truth is just there in plain sight, hiding in plain sight, right in front of our eyes. So for an example, you want to see stars at night, so you go with someone. This other person is like, you're under the stars, lying down on some sort of, on the floor. Nice. You're nicely gazing at stars, and this, let's say it's your partner. So he or she is like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. Look at the Orion, or all